Warning! Today's story contains graphic descriptions of crime scenes, adult dialogue, and strong language. Viewer discretion is advised.
These stories will never, ever make sense to me. Ever.
Interesting. Suspish. Yep, suspish. You make good choices. You make good choices. You make good choices.
I will now get into the story, okay?
Okay, Jeffrey, Mr. Dahmer. Let's go back to the beginning. So Jeffrey was born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I would definitely say, and maybe you can agree, at least if you're from the United States, when you hear Milwaukee, I'm sorry, but we think of Jeffrey Dahmer. A lot of us do. I'm sorry. That's where he was born, May 21st, 1960. It has been claimed that Jeff was deprived of attention as an infant, but other sources suggest that the family was super close and gave lots of love and attention to Jeff, and that they were like this perfect little family. But when you kind of look up just how the family was growing up for Jeffrey, it seems like each family member had something else to say. Like the mom and the dad both apparently had different experiences. They thought everything was great, fine and dandy. The kids are like, this was a very toxic household. They were fighting all the time. Now, Jeff would say that his mother was very tense. She was greedy. She constantly wanted attention and was always in arguments with her husband. When he entered first grade, his mother, her name is Joyce, she wasn't doing well. She spent a lot of her time in bed and she was struggling with depression. She also was feeling very weak and tired all the time. She didn't seem to want to give any type of attention towards her kids, which is sad. And then Jeff's father, he spent a lot of time away from home. He was attending university so he could get a degree in chemistry. He was a really smart cookie. So he wasn't around a lot because he was trying to get a degree so he could get a good job and take care of the family. And honestly, just you know how it goes. If you're going to school and a parent and all, it's just a lot. Now, it's said when Jeff's dad was home, his wife demanded constant attention from him. He really didn't get to spend a lot of time with his children. Jeff recalled his early years of family life as being extremely tense because he would see his mother and father constantly arguing with one another. And then sadly, on one occasion, Joyce, the mom, she attempted suicide. She survived, but neither parent really devoted much time to their son. Now, Jeff was described as being a happy, energetic child up until the age of 4. And I guess at the age of 4, he had to go in and have surgery to correct a double hernia. It said after that surgery is when he seemed to change. He just wasn't the same. He wasn't as happy. He seemed to kind of just be meh. At elementary school, he was both quiet and pretty timid. On his first grade report card, one teacher described Jeffrey as a reserved child. This teacher did note that she felt like he was being neglected at home, but like nothing really came from it. It was just kind of noted in the paperwork. So from an early age, Mr. Dahmer, he had an interest in dead animals. Dead animals. I don't know why I said it like that. Now, friends would say that initially he would collect large insects like dragonflies and butterflies, and he would place these inside of jars, and then he upgraded to collecting roadkill off the streets. So a big jump. We went from butterflies, dragonflies to roadkill. But Jeffrey would say, he was a very curious cat, okay? Roadkill was an easy way to they're already dead, So he's like, I'm just going to take these dead animals, take them back to the house. There was a woodshed in the backyard. He would dismember the animals. His reason was that he was curious as to what was inside of these animals. What did it look like? He wanted to know. So he would dissect animals. He would put them in mason jars, and he would either leave them in the tool shed or he would just leave them in the wooded area in their backyard. So he'd go back there. Sometimes he would dismember animals back there so nobody would see him, obviously. And sometimes he would just go there to kind of leave the stuff he knew he couldn't leave in the tool shed. But God, that probably had a stink, right? All I can think about, like how bad he probably smelled, which is mean. Is it? No, because it's probably true. He probably stunk. Sir, you stink. You smell like roadkill, you know, like. Now, Jeff would tell his friends that he was just curious how all of these animals fit together. Oh, I am so sorry. I forgot to add a disclaimer. Disclaimer, this includes just a lot of awful things. And right now, I'm about to talk about a dog. So if any of this bothers you or makes you uncomfortable, please exit out of the video. There will always be next week. Today's episode includes just everything: rape, murder, sexual assault, just all bad, and animals as well. So I so greatly apologize. So there was one occasion that at least we know of, there was a dog that got hit by a car and it was left on the side of the street. So Jeff was like, hey, cool, like, a dog. I'm gonna go get it. So he goes and he gets the dog. He brings it back with him to the house. Now he goes back into the tool shed area or his backyard. He doesn't bring it into his actual family house. And at this time, his parents weren't home, so he could get away with these things, I guess, without getting caught. Anyway, so he takes this dog. He cuts the head off of the dog, and then he decides to nail the dog's body to a tree. He then took the dog's skull, he cleaned it up. Okay, so he got all of the dog hair off and stuff. He took it out to the wooded area behind his home. He put the skull on a wooden cross, kind of through the skull. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know what he was doing, you guys. He was just doing it. Jeez. So in 1966, the family ended up moving to Doylestown, Ohio. And during this time, Joyce, Jeff's mom, she was pregnant with their second child, and she gave birth to a baby boy, and she allowed Jeffrey to pick out the name of his new brother. So he picked the name David. And then in 1968, the family moved to Bath, Ohio. 2 years later, over a family dinner, they were eating chicken. Jeff asked his father what would happen if the bones of the chicken were to be placed in bleach solution. And at this time, his father was kind of worried for his son because he wasn't very social. He didn't seem to have many friends. He could tell his son was just awkward and weird. But when Jeff asked this question, his father said that he was delighted at the initiative displayed by his son towards what he believed to be scientific curiosity. He willingly showed his son how to safely bleach and later preserve animal bones. His dad, Jeff's dad, was thinking, father-son bonding time. I'm showing my son how to do what I do, essentially, or what I know best, because he was a chemist. And he thought Jeff was just showing interest in his profession, which he was, essentially. So during high school, many of his classmates said that he would bring beer or hard liquor to school. He would smuggle it inside the lining of his jacket, and then he would hide it in his locker. Jeff would drink before, during, and then sometimes even after school. And this all started when he was 14 years old. Now, when Jeff reached puberty, that's when it said that he discovered that he was gay. He didn't tell his parents about this because, they didn't even have the best relationship. Why would he tell his parents? But it said that he did engage in a brief relationship with another boy. Jeff said that's when he began to sexually fantasize about dominating and controlling a submissive male partner. And he just started, teenage boys. I hear that they just are really horny, which is gross. I shouldn't say that, but that's what I hear. And that's where he was at in life. By 1977, Jeff, his grades, they were declining. Okay, he wasn't doing well. And he said it was because of the alcohol. Well, no shit. So sorry, I needed to get my hair out of my way. It was just annoying me. So during this time, also, his parents, their relationship was just getting worse, and they were going to try counseling, marriage counseling, to try and save their marriage because, they wasn't looking too good for them. Marriage counseling didn't work for them, and they decided to just get a divorce. Jeff's dad dad thought it'd be best if he moved out of the home. And then in May of 1978, Jeff graduated from high school, and shortly after, Joyce, she was awarded custody of her younger son. She ended up vacating the family residence or the family home, and she moved in with family members of hers. She left Jeff by himself at the family home. So he was living there by himself for a minute, which not good. I mean, he's 18. What do you think if you leave an 18-year-old at the home by himself? What do you think he's going to do? You think he's going to be productive? Yeah? No. Jeff had just turned 18 in that time, like he was considered legally an adult. So he's living on his own in the family home. On June 18th, 1978, Jeff was driving home and he noticed a hitchhiker. It was just 4 days shy of his 19th birthday. He sees this hitchhiker. This hitchhiker is a young man and he's kind of cute. So Jeff pulls over and asks, hey, do you want to come over to my place? I have a few beers. We could just hang out, like no big deal. Like I got the house to myself. So Jeff and the hitchhiker, they go back to his house. They were drinking, they were listening to music, and he felt like he had a new friend, right? I guess this hitchhiker finally got to a point where he's like, okay, I'm ready to go home now. Like I'm just ready to leave. I want to leave. This upset Jeffrey. And I know it upset him because instead of just like letting him go home, instead Jeffrey was like, you know what? I'm going to grab this 10-pound dumbbell and I'm just going to hit him in the head with it so he can't leave. Solid plan. He grabs a 10-pound dumbbell and he hits this poor man twice from behind in the head while this victim was sitting in a chair. After he hit him, he then strangled the poor man until he died. Once Jeffrey knew that this victim was dead, he then removed all of his clothing, and then he said that he stood over the victim's body and masturbated over his body. According to Jeff, this was like his first time killing somebody. He was feeling all sorts of ways, excited, aroused. The next day, Jeff had this dead body in his house, and he's like, I gotta do something with this. He takes the body down to his basement, and that's where he takes apart the whole body, like just takes it up. Like, what are you doing? He just takes it all apart. And then Jeff grabs a shovel, dig a grave in his backyard because he needs somewhere to put the remains. So he puts the remains in his own backyard. Several weeks went by. Jeff decided to dig up the body, cut it up somewhere. I don't know what's going through his mind. I really don't. It's not funny, but it's uncomfortable. And that's why I'm laughing. So he digs up the remains. He takes a knife, okay? He cuts the flesh from the bones. And then remember his dad showed him how to dissolve flesh from bones so he can preserve the bones. Well, he used that technique. He got some acid. He soaks the body in this acid to try and get all of the flesh and the meat and everything off of the bones. He wants to like keep them or something. Takes the acid solution. He flushes it down the toilet. Then Jeff crushes up the bones. He then scatters them in the wooded area behind the family home. Also, this is a side note, just really quickly. I'm not going to be naming any of the victims. I'm just going to be referring to them as a victim. Reason being is because family members of the victims have sued different people who have written books or made movies and stuff and like named the victims. They sued because they didn't give permission their family member's name to be used to protect myself and then also the victim. I feel like never mind, I won't get into it. It's not me trying to be disrespectful by any means. I just don't want to upset anybody. So that was Jeffrey's first kill. And he was excited about it. It really got him going. He was like, oh, hell yeah. Killing? I think I like this. I want to try it again. 6 weeks go by. Jeff's father has found a new love. He's got a new girl and actually a new fiance, I'm sorry. And they end up going by the old house to see like how Jeff is doing, to go check in with him. And that's where they discovered that Jeff was living alone. The whole time he thought like he was living with his mom. He had no idea that he was just living on his own. His father thought it'd be best if Jeffrey went to college, did something productive with himself and his life. And he actually offered to pay for his schooling schooling. He ended up attending Ohio State University. While attending the university, he received a whopping GPA score of 0.45. How do you achieve that? I'm not sure. Jeffrey's father had paid for his schooling in advance, okay? Jeffrey thought it'd be best if he dropped out of university, and he only attended for 3 months. Waste of money. Jeffrey's father, again, is trying to help his son, trying to find him some kind of purpose in life, right? So he's telling Jeffrey, you should definitely enlist in the U.S. Army. Jeffrey agrees, and he ends up enlisting in the U.S. Army. And he actually trained as a medical specialist in San Antonio, Texas. And then in July 1979, he was stationed in West Germany, where he served as a combat medic. How do you get that job? According to published reports, in his first year of service, he was a, quote, average or slightly above average soldier, end quote. 2 soldiers would later attest to having been raped by Jeffrey while in the Army. One stated in 2010, so years and years later, that Jeff had repeatedly raped him over a 17-month period while they were both stationed in Germany, while another soldier believed that Jeff had drugged and raped him in 1979. In March of 1981, Jeff was deemed unsuitable for military service and was discharged from the Army because of his alcohol abuse. He was sent to South Carolina for debriefing, and he also was provided with a plane ticket to travel anywhere in the country. So, if you could go anywhere in the country, where would you go? Oh my gosh, Jeffrey was like, well, I know I can't go home because if I have to tell my dad that I failed at everything, I don't want to do that. He was like, I'm going to Florida, Miami Beach. He's like, yeah, I'm going to do it. So he goes down to Florida. He doesn't tell his dad. He moves to Florida, and he actually found work at a local restaurant, and he rented a room in a nearby motel. Now, Jeffrey would spend most of his income on alcohol, and sadly, he got evicted from the motel that he was living at for not paying. Once he got kicked out, he just kind of really was left with nowhere to go, and he was feeling very defeated, and he ends up calling up his dad and asking if he could come back to Ohio. He moves in with his father and his new stepmother. So of course, like any parent does, they give you chores, okay? So they're like, we have to make sure that Jeffrey is staying busy or whatever. He can't be just a freeloader in my home. So they gave him lots of different chores to do around the home. They heavily pushed him to go find a job. So he would spend a lot of his days out and about just looking for work. And then when he was home, he would just follow the rules. He was doing the chores, trying his best, I guess. Now, at this time, he was still drinking a ton. He would be arrested for drunk and disorderly conduct, and he was fined $60 and given a suspended 10-day jail sentence. His father couldn't help him when it came to his drinking. Jeffrey's father had enough. He was like, I am done with you. You're drinking a lot. His bedroom floor was just covered with empty bottles. And he tells Jeffrey, you know what? You're going to go live with your grandmother in West Allis, Wisconsin. I'm sorry my hair keeps changing. I'm just having a bad hair day. So yeah, his dad's like, go live with your grandmother, okay? Because I just can't take you anymore. Do you blame him? No. Well, now his grandmother was the only family member who showed any love and affection towards Jeffrey. He loved his grandma. And when he went to go live with her, because he did, it did help him change things up a bit, and he seemed a little bit more happier. He would attend church with his grandma. He would help around the house on things she couldn't really do. And he even found a job at the Milwaukee Blood Plasma Center. Fitting. But it seemed like he was doing better, and he was able to keep that job for 10 months, but then he got laid off. Then he remained unemployed for 2 years. By late 1985, he had begun to visit local gay bathhouses. When going to these bathhouses, he would have sex with different men working there, and he would later say that he would become really frustrated at his partners when he was having sex with them because they would be moving around, they would be talking too much, and he didn't like it. He just wanted them to shut up. So instead of just maybe telling them like, hey, can you stop talking? He laced their drinks with crushed sleeping pills that he would sneak in there. And this would knock his victims out. They would pass out. And then while they were passed out, Jeffrey would rape them while they were asleep. He did this about 12 different times. And then eventually the owners found out that he was drugging the workers and they revoked his membership, banned him from coming. I don't know why they didn't call the police. Oh, because it's a gay bathhouse. Oh. I answered my own question. But they still should have called the police or something, right? Instead of being upset about this, Jeffrey was like, you know what? This is my opportunity to just do it on my own. I don't need that bathhouse. I could just rent a hotel room, do it on my own terms. So he did. On November 20th, 1987, Jeff met a 25-year-old man at a bar, and he asked if he wanted to return with him to his hotel and stay with him, hang out, have some drinks. According to Jeffrey, he had absolutely 100% no intention of murdering this man, okay? But he did intend to just drug and rape him as he lay unconscious, but not murder him. I was just gonna drug and rape him, like, come on. Following morning, though, Jeffrey wakes up, and when he wakes up, he sees that the victim, or the man that he brought home the night before, he was laying beneath him on the bed. His chest was crushed in, and it was black and blue with bruises. Blood was coming out of the corner of his mouth, and Jeffrey's fists and one forearm were covered in bruises. Jeff would say that he had absolutely no memory of killing this person, and later told investigators, way later, that he just, quote, could not believe that this had happened. End quote. I just don't know what happened, man. I was just like hanging out. I was just gonna drug and rape him, and I woke up and he was dead. So weird. Someone must have came in, you know. Just own up to it, you dick. Okay, tell the truth. I know you're lying. You remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers. When Jeff wakes up and he sees this victim, he's like, oh shit, I definitely have to get rid of the body. He decides to purchase a large suitcase, and he stuffs the body into this suitcase. He ends up taking the body or the suitcase back to his grandmother's house, just leaves the suitcase unopened. He just leaves it there for about a week. So once the week goes by, that's when he decides to open up the suitcase and dismember the body. So he severed the head, the arms, the legs, the torso, well, the legs from the torso, and then he cuts the flesh from the bones of the body, and he cuts the flesh into a bunch of different pieces. He places the flesh into garbage bags and then wrapped the bones in paper, where he then used a sledgehammer to crush down the bones. So he wraps it in paper, and, you know, so it doesn't like go everywhere, the bones. He's doing this in his grandma's basement, by the way. Poor grandma. She has no idea. Okay, so then he disposed all of the remains except for the head, and he put all of the remains in the trash. 2 weeks later, 2 weeks, baby. He was letting everything marinate, I guess. I don't know. Jeff takes the head of the victim, wants to preserve the skull. He really wants the skull. So he's like, I'm gonna do what my dad taught me, right? To clean off the meat and stuff from the bones so he could preserve the bones. He takes the head, he boils some water, and he puts in a mixture of Soil-X and bleach. And Soil-X is like a cleaning solution. It's pretty powerful. And he's doing this in an effort to retain the skull. Now, unfortunately for Jeff, the bleach made the skull way too brittle, and it just completely fell apart. He was super bummed, all that hard work, and he lost the one thing he really wanted, right? So he threw it away. He's determined, though, to get another one. Jeffrey decides he wants another victim. He's found his passion in life, and he's very passionate about killing people. He began to actively seek victims. Most of them he would meet in a bar or close to gay bars, and then he would ask them to come back to his place. He would drug them, and then once they were passed out, he would have sexual relations with this person. He would rape them. Let me call it what it is. He would rape them. Also, he would kill them by strangulation. 2 months later, this one is really, it's all disturbing, but this one, it's just whatever. Okay, look. 2 months later, Jeff comes across or meets a 14-year-old Native American sex worker. First of all, there's all sorts of wrong with that sentence, but like, what is a 14-year-old doing working as a sex worker? And I'm sure he was being trafficked, which is just awful. And the fact that he ran into this disturbing man, Mr. Dahmer, lost his life over it, like, that's just horse shit. And I feel so bad for this poor 14-year-old child. Like I said in my last video, the Lord says we should forgive, but boy, do they make it difficult. Anyways, 14-year-old sex worker. Jeff went up to him and was like, hey, would you pose for nude pictures? I'll give you $50. Just come over to my place. You don't have to have sex with me. I just want some nude photos and I need a model and you would be perfect. And this young boy, he's like, $50? Hell yeah, I'm there. So he agrees. So they go back to his grandma's place. Once they get there, they actually engage in sexual intercourse. Jeffrey ends up drugging him. He crushed up a bunch of sleeping pills, put it in his drink, offered it to him, and just waited. Once he passed out, that's when he strangled him and he killed him. Jeffrey left this young victim in the basement of his grandmother's house for a week. And then when he got the chance, he dismembered and discarded his body in the trash, except for, again, his skull. Jeffrey just really wanted a skull, a trophy. Jeff does the same thing, but again, he made the bones too brittle and it didn't work and he had to just throw away the skull. Jeffrey was bummed because he's like, damn it, I really wanted to keep the skull. Jeffrey was kind of experimenting, trying to find this right formula that way he could again keep the skull. Now on March 24th, 1994, this is a side note just really quickly. Have you noticed that March kind of seems like to be the month when a lot of these things take place? Is it just me who's noticing that? Something's going on. Obviously, something's going on, Bailey. March always comes up. Back to the story. March 24th, 1988. Jeffrey now meets a 22-year-old man outside of a gay bar. Jeff asks, hey, I'll give you $50 if you just come and hang out with me and spend the remainder of the night with me. This 22-year-old was like, okay. They go back to Jeffrey's grandmother's house again. Same thing. Drugs him with a bunch of sleeping pills. And then once he's passed out, he strangles him with a leather strap. This time, though, Jeffrey decided that he wanted to perform oral sex on this victim. And once he was done, bitch, what is he doing? This guy is so fucking weird. This victim, though, was dismembered within 24 hours of his murder. This time, Jeff was quick about it, okay? And once again, with the remains, he disposed the bones, he crushed them up, puts them in the trash, keeps the skull. This time, though, it's said that Jeffrey didn't really want this guy's skull, so instead of trying to boil it and keep it, he ended up just crushing it up and throwing it away. Jeffrey later said that he didn't find this victim very attractive, and that's why he didn't really want to keep the skull. So why'd he kill him then? Practice? I'm not sure. So many questions. April 23rd, Jeffrey lured another young man to his house. However, this time, after giving this victim drugged coffee, both he and the victim heard Jeffrey's grandmother calling down towards him because they're in the basement. His grandma is yelling like, Jeffrey, is that you? This obviously freaked him out, and he tried to play it off as if he was there by himself, as if he didn't have a guest with him. But his grandma knew that someone was with him because she heard it. So she knew that someone was with him. So he's like, okay, I can't kill this guy because my grandma knows that I've got someone down here. Jeffrey had already drugged this victim, and the victim was unconscious. So he ends up carrying him out to the car, and then he drives the victim to the county general hospital, just drops him off, and then leaves. That victim is so lucky, you know? In September of 1988, Jeffrey's grandmother asked him to move out of her house because of his habit of bringing young men to her home late at night. And she also said, like, there's just some really foul smells coming from both the basement and the garage, and it must be your stuff. I don't like it. It's bothering me. It's like she was so close to stopping this. If she just would have went down to the basement, we could have ended this, Grandma. We could have stopped this, but she didn't. And I mean, I don't blame her by any means, but you know, like, bummer. So she asked him to move out. He ends up finding a 1-bedroom apartment on September 25th. He ends up moving out, and I'm not even kidding you, the next day, Jeff was arrested. What was he arrested for? Well, he actually got caught. He lured a 13-year-old boy into his apartment. He drugged the young boy, and then he was, sexually fondling him. He got caught and he was arrested. And then in January of 1989, he was convicted of second-degree sexual assault and of enticing a child for immoral purposes. Sentencing for the assault was suspended until May of 1989, so a few months later. Well, I mean, I guess you could say that Jeff over here didn't last too long on his own. Literally hours after moving out on his own, he ended up getting caught and arrested. Then he ended up moving back in with his grandmother. That's when he would murder his 5th victim, a 24-year-old aspiring model who he met at a gay bar on March 25th, 1989. Once again, according to Jeffrey, he was not looking to commit a crime. It's just shortly before closing time, this victim just came up and started talking to him. So Jeffrey just, asked him if he wanted to go back to his grandma's home. The two of them ended up engaging in oral sex, and then Jeffrey drugged and strangled him. It just happened. He didn't mean to. The following morning, he ended up placing the corpse in his grandmother's bathtub, where he proceeded to cut up the body. He decapitated the body before attempting to take the meat off the bones. He stripped the flesh from the body. He crushed up the bones. He disposed it again in the trash. He kept the skull. And according to Jeff, he found this victim, quote, exceptionally attractive, end quote, and was the first victim he permanently kept any body parts of. He preserved the victim's head and lower region, the penis, and he put it in acetone and stored them in his work locker. The following year, when he ends up moving, he took these items with him. Like, he really liked this guy. He was something special to Jeff. At this time, I'm so sorry, I failed to mention, but Jeffrey got a job prior to his arrest at a chocolate factory. I know, who is he? Willy Wonka? What a creep. Not that if you work at a chocolate factory, you're a creep, but like, this guy is just such a creep, right? Like, he's just a fucking creep. So yeah, he was working and he was making his own money, and that's how he was able to afford the apartment on his own in the first place. I apologize. So remember that time I mentioned that Jeff got caught doing things with a 13-year-old boy? His sentencing was postponed until May. Well, May 23rd, 1989. That's when his sentencing takes place. So in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, he's going to be in jail for a long time for that, right? Of course not. Jeffrey got 5 years probation, and he had a work release permit. That way he could keep his job. He also had to register as a sex offender. But like, what the hell does that do? Yeah, whatever. I guess I can't obsess over it. I let these things sometimes like make me very angry, because how could you not get angry? And it's just so frustrating, but it is what it is, Bailey. It is what it damn is. So in May 1990, that's when Jeff moved to his own apartment again. And this time it was located on North 25th Street in Milwaukee. It's pretty famous because all of Jeffrey Dahmer's cult followers know this location well, okay? Now, this apartment was located in a very high crime area. The apartment was close to his workplace at the chocolate factory. Come on, that's funny. The chocolate factory. And it was furnished. So awesome. It was $300 per month for his own apartment, which was a steal. He didn't care if there was like high crime or anything. He knew he'd be just fine. Within a week of moving into his new apartment, Jeff was ready to get his sixth victim, who was a 32-year-old male sex worker. Jeff had lured to his apartment with the promise of $50 for sex. He gave the victim a drink laced with 7 sleeping pills and then strangled him. The following day, Jeffrey had purchased a Polaroid camera, which he took several pictures this victim's body in suggestive positions before dismembering him in the bathroom. He boiled the legs, he boiled the arms, he boiled the pelvis in a steel kettle and then rinsed the bones in his sink. He dissolved the remainder of the victim's skeleton in a container filled with acid. Jeffrey later spray painted the skull, which he placed alongside the skull of the previous victim inside a metal filing cabinet. Oh, it keeps going, baby. So June 1990, Jeffrey lured a 27-year-old acquaintance to his apartment. Same shit, different day. He drugged, he strangled, he placed the victim's skeleton in his freezer for several months in the hope it would not retain moisture. Freezing the skeleton, it didn't remove any moisture, and the skeleton of this victim would be put in acid, but several months later, Jeffrey accidentally destroyed the skull when he placed it into the oven to dry, caused the skull to explode. Jeff then met a 22-year-old Chicago native, and he agreed to come back to Jeffrey's apartment. Jeffrey was like, hey, if you just come back to my apartment and hang out with me, I'll give you $50. So this victim agreed. When they got back to his place, Jeffrey had attempted to perform oral sex on this victim, but Jeff was informed, quote, that'll cost you extra, end quote. This obviously pissed Jeffrey off. At this time, he only had 2 sleeping pills left, and he knew that wasn't enough to knock him out completely. So instead of knocking this victim out, he just cut his throat. He just went right for it. He did it, and sadly, this man bled to death. Jeffrey had just gotten this Polaroid camera, remember? And he's all excited about it. He's like, yay, I'm a photographer now. So he poses the victim's body. Again, he poses the body in a very suggestive way, and he takes Polaroid photographs before placing the body in his bathtub for dismemberment. Jeffrey said that while the body was in the bathtub, he repeatedly kissed and talked to the severed head. That's 100% not funny. I'm laughing at the fact that I'm just saying this so like nonchalantly. You know what? We're gonna just continue. So yes, he's repeatedly kissing and talking to the severed head while he dismembered the remainder of the body. So it was like his friend. Wrapped the heart, the biceps, and portions of this victim's flesh from his legs in plastic bags and then placed them in the fridge for later consumption. Jeff boiled the remaining flesh and organs into a, quote, jelly-like substance using, again, Soilex, which was that chemical cleaner, and that was able to help him get the flesh off of the bones. And then he painted and coated the skull with enamel. He's creating like his own little museum. On September 24th, Jeff lured another victim to his place, but Jeff said that this time he wasn't attracted to this victim. So instead of keeping any of the body parts, aka the skull, he instead just photographed the dismemberment process and then discarded the remains completely. April 7th, Jeffrey encountered a 19-year-old guy walking to get his key cut. Jeffrey saw this person, right? And he asked, like, hey, you want to come over to my apartment and just hang out? They go back to the apartment, drugged him again. But this time, as if it couldn't get worse enough, it gets worse. This time, he drills a hole into this victim's skull and he pours acid into it. Now, mind you, this victim isn't dead. This victim was simply knocked out from the medication, from the drugs. He's still alive, and he drills a hole into his skull. I'm not kidding you. Is that not disturbing? Because it really is. According to Jeffrey, this victim woke up. After he drilled a hole into his head, he wakes up. He fucking wakes up. Do you know that? He wakes up. The fuck? Jeffrey was kind of excited about this because that's what he wanted. He was hoping to induce a permanent, unresistant, submissive state. Somebody who's still alive. Someone that he could control and keep around. And if he could do this and achieve this, that would be his ultimate goal. So this victim wakes up and it makes him excited because he's like, oh my God, it worked. Oh my God, it worked. Jeffrey says that the victim said, quote, I have a headache. What time is it? End quote. So he didn't even know that he had a hole in his head, which honestly, good. You don't want to know. In response to this, Jeffrey again was like, okay, I need to drug him. Again, he needs to go back to bed. Go mimis. This time he strangles him. And then he decapitated and retained his skull. I'm not quite sure why he ended up killing him, because he wanted to have a victim who was still alive, easy to control and keep and whatever. Now this time he really wanted to keep the skull because it had a hole through it. So he's, using cold water and he's using a little bit of salt in the water for several weeks and letting it soak in hopes to permanently keep it. It didn't work though, so he had to discard it again. In 1991, there were fellow residents in the apartment complex. They were repeatedly complaining to the manager that there was foul smells coming from Jeffrey's apartment. And on top of that, they also complained that there was sounds of falling objects and occasionally a chainsaw. So of course people are complaining. There's a smell, chainsaw. So they're calling the manager, letting them know. So the manager contacts Jeffrey. Doesn't go see him in person, of course. Just calls him up on the phone and he says, hey, other people are complaining that there's a smell coming from your place. And Jeffrey was like, yeah, well, my freezer broke. All the food inside of it just became spoiled, and that's why they're smelling this. The manager was like, oh, okay, yeah, so just get that cleared up. People are complaining, blah, blah, blah. Hang up the phone, click. A week or two goes by, and the manager calls him again, and he said, bing, bing, hey, so your neighbors are still complaining that there's a smell coming from your apartment. I thought you had cleared this up. And Jeffrey said that, oh my God, you don't understand. Several of my tropical fish had died, and it's causing this horrendous smell. And that's what it is. And the manager's like, okay, just get it fixed up. What about that chainsaw? And then Jeffrey's like, what chainsaw? If the manager would have just have simply gone there. Actually, it's probably better for his safety if he didn't, but definitely should have had someone go by. Anyhow, so on the afternoon of May 26, 1991, Jeffrey found another 14-year-old boy and offered him money to hang out with him at his apartment. Jeffrey said that the boy was initially pretty reluctant to go with Jeffrey. So finally, this boy's feeling, I guess, I don't want to say comfortable enough because I can't speak on his behalf, but he ends up going back with Jeffrey to his home, and the boy ended up posing for some pictures, and then Jeff drugged him. The poor boy passed out. Jeffrey, now getting creative with his whatever the fuck he's doing, again he takes a drill and he drills a single hole into the victim's skull, and again he injected hydrochloric acid into the frontal lobe. This victim is technically still alive. Jeffrey had led this boy into his bedroom. In his bedroom, the body of a victim he had killed 3 days earlier was laying naked on the floor. The boy sees this before he passes out. He sees this, he kind of panics, but then he gets dizzy and then he falls unconscious. While this boy was just kind of laying there, Jeffrey drank several beers while laying next to him. And then for some odd reason, Jeffrey takes off. He leaves his apartment and he goes to a local bar to have a drink. And then after that, he purchases more alcohol at a liquor store and then comes back to his apartment. When he comes back to his apartment, it's pretty still early in the morning. He's walking back and sees outside of his apartment is that young boy, and he's sitting outside naked on the corner of the street. Now there were 3 young women surrounding him and they were asking him are you okay? What's the matter? Hello? To this young boy. boy, but he can't think, can't answer. And they're trying to like get some answers from this boy that they found on the street. So Jeffrey sees this and he's like, oh shit. So Jeffrey goes up to the trio, the three of them, and he's like, oh my gosh, this is my friend. He's drunk. Don't worry. I know him. We're just going to go back to my apartment. He tries to grab the young boy and takes him back to the apartment, but these women just have, that gut feeling that something's not right. They had already called 911. They were trying to get Jeffrey to stop, delaying him from going back to the apartment with the young boy. So police pull up. Oh yeah, baby. Police pull up. And Jeffrey told them that the young boy was his 19-year-old boyfriend and that he drank too much alcohol. And the police seemed to not question any further. For good reason, this upset one of the women who called 911. She was like, no, something's not right here. One of the women actually pulled an officer aside and she tried to tell them that this young man was bleeding from like his back area, like his butt. He had struggled when Jeff was trying to get him back to the apartment, and she was just expressing how she felt like something is going on. And the officer told the woman to, quote, butt out, shut the hell up, and to not interfere, end quote. Great. The police officer said, this is between them. It's not your problem. Don't worry about it. Run along. Poor women are just trying to do the right thing. And so the officers ended up like covering the young man with a towel. They walk him back to Jeffrey's apartment. Jeffrey's still trying to prove to the officers that this young man is like his lover. He showed them the Polaroids that he had taken of him, trying to prove like, see, this is my boyfriend. He lets me take like sexy pictures of him. And then the officers, they leave the home and they tell Jeff to just take good care of his lover. Oy vey. So once the police officers had left his apartment, Jeff once again had injected hydrochloric acid into this young victim's brain. This time though, it killed him. Okay, hold on. This is definitely too much. So the following day, Jeffrey had called out of work because he really wanted to devote his day to dismembering 2 bodies that he had in his home at that time. So he was like, I can't come in today. Like, I'm sick. Jeffrey would lure 3 more men, kill and dismember them in the same way he did with his previous victims. He would call out from work to dedicate his time to dismembering his victims, which eventually led to Jeffrey getting fired. Because of that, he said that it made him kill and dismember another victim. On July 22nd, 1991, Jeffrey approached 3 men with an offer of $100 to accompany him to his apartment to pose for some nude photographs, drink beer, and simply keep him company. One of the trio was a 32-year-old man, and he agreed. He was like, okay, sure, I could use $100. So he goes back to Jeffrey's home, and this victim said that instantly when he walked in the door, he got a whiff of just like a foul smell. And then he noticed several boxes of hydrochloric acid on the floor. And he's like, hey, so yeah, what's that all about? Because who just has that shit laying around? Maybe you do. A little suspicious, So he's asking, what's that all about? And Jeff told him, oh, I use it to clean bricks. Okay. So the 2 of them go into Jeff's bedroom. And there in the bedroom was a 57-gallon drum in the corner, which the victim said there was this smell definitely coming from this drum. Jeff then placed his head on the victim's chest, kind of like in a romantic way, but instead he was holding out a knife. So not very romantic. Jeff said, I'm going to rip your heart out. Of course, the victim's like, what the fuck, man? And he freaks out. Now, at this point, the victim, he just knew like some shit's about to go down. There's weird smells. There's suspicious boxes. This dude is just fucking weird. He's going to rip my heart out. I gotta get, And this victim was kind of like looking around trying to plan his escape. And he's like, okay, there's windows around. I could try and like jump out of a window. I could just run right out the front door, or I could just wait. And this victim knew, if I wait, I'm gonna die. Like, there's no waiting. So he's trying to think, oh, fuck, what do I do? Maybe if I go to the bathroom, I could like jump out the window in the bathroom. This victim asked Jeffrey, like, may I use your restroom, please? And he goes in there, no window. So he's like, fuck. So he comes back out. They're hanging out in the living room at this point. Now, when they're hanging out in the living room, the victim again is like, hey, can I use your bathroom one more time? Not sure what his thought process was at this point, but whatever, at least he's trying to do something, right? So he goes back to the bathroom. Now at this point, when he comes back out, he sees like Jeff isn't really fully paying attention. He just punches him in the face as hard as he can, and then he runs out the front door. At 11:30 p.m., the victim, he flagged down 2 Milwaukee police officers. It's like, hey, this dude just like fucking tried to attack me. There's some fucking weird ass shit going on over there. And this victim had a handcuff on his wrist. Now, I failed to mention that at some point when the victim went to Jeffrey's home, the victim wasn't paying attention. He was kind of looking the other way, and Jeffrey had placed a handcuff on his wrist, and he was going to handcuff him. But the victim was like, what the fuck are you doing? Jeffrey was like, well, I thought we could hang out. He couldn't get the handcuff off, so he was still wearing it when he ran out of Jeffrey's home. So when he finds these police officers, he's like, you gotta come over with me. And he shows them he has a handcuff, and he's like, can you get these handcuffs off of me? So they try to use their own key to try to get the handcuff off, but because it's like an off-brand, the keys didn't fit. Police officers were like, well, let's just go down to Jeff's apartment and get the key so we can get these off. When the officers and the victim arrived to Jeff's house, you see, the victim felt safe enough to go back to Jeffrey's home because the 2 police officers were with him. So they all go to Jeffrey's house. Jeff invited the trio inside and acknowledged he had indeed placed the handcuffs on him, although he offered no explanation as to why he had done so. Jeff told one of the officers that the key to the handcuffs was in his bedroom dresser. So they all walked to the bedroom. Jeffrey's kind of like trying to box him out, like, I'll get the key. Trying to get to the key before them, but instead police officers are like, get out of our way, we'll get them. And this is when one of the police officers saw the dresser drawer. It was open, and guess what? It contained many Polaroid pictures, many of which were just human bodies in various stages of dismemberment. Upon further inspection, they see that the decor in the background of these Polaroid pictures indicated to them that they had been taken in the very apartment in which they were standing. The police officer had taken some of the Polaroids, walked into the living room to show his partner. These are for real. When Jeffrey saw that the police officer was holding several of his Polaroids, he fought with the officers in an effort to resist arrest because they were trying to put him in handcuffs while they searched the rest of his home, and called a second squad car for backup. At this point, one of the officers, they open up the refrigerator and they see like a freshly severed head of a male on the bottom shelf. It's one thing to like see the Polaroid pictures and then to open up the refrigerator and just see a head staring at you. I feel so bad because these officers have got to be really fucked up. Then they do a more detailed search of the apartment. When they're searching the apartment, they reveal a total of 4 severed heads in Jeffrey's kitchen. A total of 7 skulls. Some were painted, some were found in Jeffrey's bedroom, inside a closet. There were just like skulls and body parts kind of just scattered in random places. A surprise at every corner. They also found 2 human hearts and a portion of an arm muscle, each wrapped inside a plastic bag in the bottom shelf of the fridge. Jeffrey's freezer, investigators discovered an entire torso, plus a bag of human organs and flesh stuck to the ice at the bottom of the freezer. Throughout the apartment, investigators discovered 2 entire skeletons, a pair of severed hands, 2 severed and preserved penises, a mummified scalp, and in the 57-gallon drum, remember it was in the bedroom, 3 further dismembered torsos were dissolving in acid solution. A total of 74 Polaroid pictures detailing the dismemberment of Jeffrey's victims were found. Obviously, Jeffrey was arrested. On July 23rd, 1991, Jeffrey was brought in for questioning. He's already been arrested. He's been sitting in prison. They bring him in. They gotta question him. What the fuck's going on with you, bro? Jeffrey had admitted to investigators to having murdered 16 young men in Wisconsin since 1987. And on January 30th, 1992, his trial began for the 15 counts of first-degree murder. The trial had lasted 2 weeks, and Jeff was sentenced to life imprisonment plus 70 years. The death penalty was not an option because the state of Wisconsin had abolished capital punishment in 1853, so he was just going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Personal opinion here, 100% personal opinion. I don't like the death penalty. I like the thought of people who've done awful things. I like I don't like it. I like the idea of them being miserable in prison for the rest of their lives versus getting an easy way out, you know? Like when you get the death penalty, you get like injected with something and then you die. No, not on my watch. You go there, you sit, and you suffer. I think that's the best punishment. Sorry, not sorry, but it's a personal opinion. Thank you so much. Jeffrey had spent the first year of his incarceration in solitary confinement due to concerns for his physical safety amongst his fellow inmates. People were threatening him. People wanted him dead. He then was transferred to a less secure unit after a year. On the morning of November 28th, 1994, Jeff was found on the floor of the bathrooms of the gym, suffering from extreme head and facial wounds. He had been beaten in the face and head with a 20-inch metal bar, and it seemed his face had also been slammed against the wall during his assault. When he was found, Jeff was technically, he was still alive, okay? And he was rushed to a nearby hospital, but was pronounced dead 1 hour later. There was a fellow inmate who was serving a life sentence. He is the one who actually attacked Jeff. And authorities had asked him, hey man, like, why did you attack Jeff? He said that him, the killer, Jeffrey, and then another inmate, the trio, they were sent to go clean the staff locker room together. And normally an officer watches you to make sure something like this doesn't happen. But for a split second, an officer left. From my understanding, I think the officer was in on it. According to this inmate who killed Jeffrey, when he was beating Jeffrey with a metal pole, Jeffrey didn't make any noise. He didn't say anything. He didn't cry. He didn't even flinch. He just beat him, and yeah, he said it was weird. When they asked him, like, why did you do it? This inmate said, quote, God told me to do it. End quote. Not only did this inmate kill Jeffrey, but he also killed another inmate who was cleaning with them. Again, he said God told him that he needed to do it. A lot of people were very happy about it when they heard that he was murdered, but inside the prison, a lot of the guards were very upset because at the end of the day, like, murder is murder. You know, it was like a big deal. It was a very big deal. And plus, a lot of people wanted him dead though. So to think that he was gonna like actually be fine. So he died. This guy was just really fucked up, you know? Jeffrey's mother had passed away in the year 2000, and his father retired. Father ended up writing a book about his experience and his life with Jeffrey. Jeffrey's younger brother, remember, his name was David. He ended up changing his last name, and he wants nothing to do with it. So don't even look him up, and I don't blame him. He's like, don't involve me. I want nothing to do with this shit. Good for him. And that, my friends, is a story about Jeffrey Dahmer. It's a long one, right? I lost my voice. So sad. There were so many victims who had died a horrible, horrible death at the hands of this gross ass dweeb. Sorry, but he's a dweeb. Don't even get me started on the fans. Okay, Jeffrey Dahmer is one of those people who has so many fans. It's disturbing. If any of you guys have Netflix and you haven't watched a show on Netflix called The Dark Tourist, go watch it if you haven't seen it yet. There's this episode about Jeffrey Dahmer and how they have like a tour you can take. This tour takes you around the city to where Jeffrey Dahmer hung out and like shows you the different gay bars he hung out at, and then shows you like the apartment complex and where like he left his victims, where he killed his victims. And the main people who like to take these tours are like bachelorette parties. Yeah, I'm not even kidding you. Look, I get it, like being curious and wanting to go on one of these tours. Like, I get it. Like, you know, I would want to do it, but bachelorette party? Like, what the fuck? That should not be allowed, but whatever. On this show, they like ask a couple of women who are taking the tour, like, why are you interested in Jeffrey Dahmer? And the girls are like, oh my God, he's like really good looking, he's handsome, and like he just loved love, and like trying to romanticize the whole story. Is weird. Because first of all, ma'am, he wasn't even interested in you. He liked dick. And second of all, he didn't love love. He loved bones and skulls. But I don't get it. I don't get it. Ugh. There are so many books. There are so many movies. There are so many TV shows that are based off this man's story. Why? They claim he's like one of the worst, but I could think of worse ones. I think truly what captured a lot of people's attention was the fact that he was good looking. We're shallow like that. Let's be real here. Same with Chris Watts. Remember the Chris Watts case? I was obsessed with it. I did my very first murder mystery and makeup on the Chris Watts case. People were obsessed with it because he was good looking. Like, let's be honest here. Same with Jeffrey Dahmer. I think he looks like a nerd. Let me know your thoughts down below. What can you say? I will do Ted Bundy sometime in the future. I see you guys. Trust me. I read your comments all the time. I may not get to respond to every single one of you, but I read your comments and I have a list, which is stories in general, that you guys are constantly sending my way, which I so greatly appreciate. And I don't want you to ever feel like you're going unnoticed. I just simply cannot respond to every single person. I appreciate you guys for always recommending stuff. I just appreciate you guys. So thank you so much for hanging out with me today. You make good choices. Alrighty, have a good day. I'll see you guys later. I have gotten requested a lot to do this story. I kind of was avoiding it because I try to avoid stories that are super well known just because I feel like it's been told so many times. What else can I add to the story, you know? But I'm doing it anyways. I like to give in to you guys. His name is Richard Ramirez, aka the Night Stalker. So Richard was one of 5 children, and his father was a former police officer who was working in Juarez, Mexico. Here it comes. But he ended up leaving Mexico and he went to work on the Santa Fe Railroad. The whole family relocated to Texas. So his father was a very hardworking man and was determined just to provide for his family, as you know, a parent should. But he was prone to bursts of anger and he would often physically abuse his wife and his children. It was like a very toxic environment, a very angry father. At the age of 2, Richard was struck in the head with like a falling piece of furniture, which doesn't sound that bad, but you know, furniture is so dangerous. But this falling piece of furniture ended up cutting a big gash in his head, on his forehead. And then when he was 5 years old, he was struck again in the head with a swing at school and he was knocked unconscious. And Richard would say from that point on, he suffered from seizures. Side note, if any of you have been paying attention to these backstories, now mind you, these backstories have a lot of consistencies, a lot of things in common, right? Usually the killer or the murderer, the bad guy or girl, suffered from some kind of, or was a victim of some kind of abuse at a young age. But also, there is another theme tends to happen in these stories. Do you know what it is? Well, you should, because I just talked about it. A head injury. Last week, we talked about Randy Kraft, head injury. Edmund Kemper, head injury. Ed Gein, head injury. Gary Heidnick, remember him? I talked about him a while ago. Head injury. John Wayne Gacy, we haven't talked about him here yet, but he was the clown dude. Boo. Head injury. And the list goes on. There's something right? Is that not interesting to you? Because that was like, wait a minute. Anyways, now because Richard's home life was pretty toxic, he would spend a lot of his time nearby at his cousin's house. His cousin, his name was Miguel. Boy, this is really hard to do and talk. So Miguel, this cousin, he was much older than Richard, and he had been an Army Green Beret combat veteran who served in the Vietnam War. So, pretty hardcore dude. Now, this cousin was all sorts of effed up. You know, they don't really give much to veterans in the first place as far as like their mental well-being. This guy, obviously, Miguel, had he's fucked up is really all I can say. Richard would go over to his house and just hang out with him. Now he was like the cool cousin. Miguel would tell Richard just the awful things that he experienced while away at war. And he would also tell Richard the awful and violent rapes that he committed while stationed in Vietnam. He even had photos of, this is the cousin, he even had photos of him posing with a severed head belonging to a woman that he had raped and killed. So he is like showing this all to Richard. And Richard is like, whoa, that's cool. Because he's a kid. He doesn't, like he doesn't know that this is really awful. Or he does, but at this time, Richard was 10 years old. So he just thought Miguel was a cool older cousin who, I don't know what he thought. I guess I can't really speak for him. Really quick, I'm just going to do the other eye off camera because it's proving to be very difficult to do my eyes like this and talk. I'll be right back. Anywho, so Miguel would end up teaching Richard some of the skills he had learned when he was in the military, including how to kill people and how to capture people as well. I guess it's good for 10-year-olds to know. On May 4th, 1973, Richard was at Miguel's home and they were just hanging out when Miguel and his wife got into an argument. A very heated argument. Now, this argument ended up pushing Miguel over the edge, and Miguel ended up shooting his wife in the face. Now, Richard was there. He was just sitting like on the couch, kind of just staying out of it. So he witnesses Miguel shooting. Now, Miguel would end up getting arrested and taken into prison, but he was found not guilty by reasons of insanity, and he would just spend 4 years incarcerated in the state mental hospital. For a while after the shooting, Richard decided to live with his sister and her husband. He really just didn't want to go home because it was not a good place to be. So he ends up moving in with his sister and her husband. Now, her husband, this is just a one big hot mess of a family. His sister's husband his name was Roberto, and Roberto over here was a peeping Tom. So Roberto would take Richard with him at night to peep in windows of neighbors where like really pretty or attractive ladies were living. So the both of them would go and just kind of creep through the window and watch these women undress, or like go to the bathroom, or just simply watch. Fucking creep. It just kind of seemed like for Richard, it was just one bad place to another bad place to another bad place, I don't think he knew what like a quote unquote normal life or just normal effing hobbies are. As a teenager, Richard began associating his sexual fantasies with violence. While he was still at school, he also worked part-time at a Holiday Inn, which is a hotel. Holiday Inn is everywhere, right? It doesn't matter. It was a hotel. So he's working part-time at a hotel and going to school. Now, Richard was using this job to his advantage. Richard would use his pass key to enter into hotel rooms and rob the guests while they were out. So one night when he was working at the hotel, Richard broke into, or just used his pass key to get into a guest hotel room. Now, it was a couple. The husband was somewhere he had left, and it was just the wife in there by herself. So Richard let himself into the room, and he attempted to rape this woman. The husband ended up walking into the room and catching Richard attacking his wife. He tackled him, and he tried to take him out, holding him down. Police were called, but the charges ended up being dropped when the couple refused to testify. And I was trying to figure out, well, why did they refuse to testify? But they were from out of state, just visiting, and they didn't want to travel to testify against him. Because of this, Richard did end up losing his job at the hotel, as he should. So then Richard ends up dropping out of high school in the 9th grade. And honestly, it's a little unclear what he did from this time, 9th grade, all the way up to the age of 22. There really isn't much said as to what he was doing, so I don't really know. But at the age of 22, that's when Richard decided that he was going to move from Texas to California permanently. So when he moved to California, he went to San Francisco first, and he was staying in the Tenderloin district. So it's April 10th, 1984. Richard is staying at this hotel in San Francisco. It's where he ends up murdering a 9-year-old girl in the basement of the hotel. Sadly, he raped and he beat the poor girl before stabbing her to death. I'm sorry. And this would be Richard's first known killing, but initially it wasn't connected to him at all. It went unsolved for many, many years, and it wasn't until 2009 when they were able to get a DNA match linking him to this horrible murder. He ends up going down south to Los Angeles. So on June 28th, 1984, a 79-year-old woman, her name was Jenny, she was found brutally murdered in her apartment in Glassell Park in Los Angeles. And it was said that she had been stabbed repeatedly while asleep in her bed, and her throat was slashed so deeply that she was nearly decapitated. Whoever had done this, because they didn't know it was Richard at the time, but they knew whoever had done this had gone through the window, and they had a fingerprint, but no suspects. On March 17th, 1985, Richard had attacked a 22-year-old woman, and her name was Maria. All of these crimes took place in like the Los Angeles area. So 22-year-old Maria was pulling into her garage. Richard ends up like ambushing her, running up to her, and he pulls out his handgun and he shoots her in the face. She ends up surviving because the bullet had ricocheted off the keys she held in her hands when she like lifted her hands up to protect herself. Richard thought like she was dead, so he like goes inside of the home, and inside of the house was her roommate, 34-year-old woman named Dale. She had heard the gunshot from inside the house, and she had ducked behind a counter in the kitchen, and she was just kind of like hiding there. She ends up raising her head over the counter where she's hiding to kind of see where Richard is at, right? So she raises her head, and that's when Richard sees her and shoots her in the face, killing her. Richard then looked around the home and tried to steal any jewelry or any like valuables, and then left. And it was within the same hour, within the same hour, Richard had come across a lady named Veronica, and she was sitting in her car, and Richard wanted to steal her car so he could get away. So Richard ends up pulling her out of her vehicle, and he ends up shooting her twice, and then he ran. It's said that he wanted to steal her car, but he ran on foot after he shot her. So then on March 27th, 1985, Richard broke into a home in Whittier. He had broken into this house once before, apparently. So he goes back and he breaks into this home. It's now 2 a.m. in the morning. When he gets in there, he sees 64-year-old Vincent is sleeping in his room. Next to Vincent was his 44-year-old wife. Her name was Mazine. Richard just shoots Vincent in the head, and of course this wakes up his wife who's sleeping next to him. Richard like hops on top of her and he beats her. He then bounds her hands, and he demands that she tells him where all the valuables are at inside of the home. She tells him that there's some jewelry over there, just take whatever you want, leaves her on the bed. He's ransacking the home. She is actually able to get her hands out of the bonds, right? And she knows like there's a shotgun underneath her bed. So she's able to get out of there, be quiet about it so he doesn't know that she's getting out, and she gets up, gets under the bed, she grabs the shotgun. Richard comes into the room, she points it at him, pulls the trigger, click, it wasn't loaded. Oh, I couldn't imagine her feeling in that moment. So of course this infuriates Richard, and he then proceeds to shoot her 3 times. So then Richard ends up grabbing a knife from the kitchen, gouges both of her eyes out of her face, and he puts them in a jewelry box, and he takes the jewelry box, just takes it. So when Richard is leaving the scene, he actually ends up leaving his footprints from his sneakers in the flower beds, which are like outside the home. When police went out to the home and they photographed and made a cast, also police had found bullets at the scene, which had matched to those found at previous attacks. This is the moment when police realized that a serial killer was at large. So then May 14th, 1985, Richard goes down to like Monterey Park, and he enters the home of 66-year-old Bill and his 56-year-old disabled wife, Lillian, who Bill was like the main caretaker for. I know. It's awful. Bill was in his bedroom, and Richard enters the room. They kind of have like a little confrontation. Bill went to go reach for his own handgun that he had nearby. When he was reaching for the gun, that's when Richard shot him in the face. Then Richard like goes around and starts trying to steal stuff or find valuables, but then he enters Lillian's room and he finds her there. He bound her up. He raped her, then he ransacked the home. Sadly, Bill passed away while he was in the hospital. So then May 29th, all of these took place in 1985, so I'm just gonna stop saying 1985. Richard steals a Mercedes, a car. He drives out to the home of 83-year-old Maybelle and her 81-year-old sister Florence. Both of them live together. So Richard breaks into their home and he goes straight to the kitchen. And in the kitchen is where he finds a hammer. He runs into Florence first, so he beat her with the hammer. And then he runs into Mabel, bounds her wrists together. He ends up beating her, and he gets electrical cords, and he gives both women electric shocks using this cord. He then proceeds to rape Florence, and yeah, so great. Then he grabs a lipstick he sees and he draws like a pentagram on poor Mabel's thigh, as well as one of the walls in the bedroom. The women were actually discovered 2 days later, and they were both still alive at the time and transferred to the hospital. On July 2nd, Richard stole a Toyota, and he randomly selected the house of 75-year-old Mary. He quietly entered the home and found her asleep in her bedroom. He then beat her until she was unconscious with a lamp. He then tried to find any valuables in the home and left. She was later discovered dead at the crime scene. Oh, it keeps going. Then, July 7th, Richard broke into the home of 61-year-old Joyce. She was asleep on her living room couch. Richard beat her to death and kicked her in the head, which ended up leaving a clear shoe print from his sneaker on her face. And then after this attack, Richard decided that he needed a better tool to commit these crimes he was doing. So he goes and he buys a machete. I don't know, if I'm like a store owner or something and some guy comes in and randomly buys just a machete, I feel like that would be a red flag. Oh, you're buying a machete? Okay, yeah, let me just take your information really quick. I haven't heard any good stories with a machete. Anyways, so he buys a machete. Richard keeps stealing cars and then he wipes them down. He ditches it somewhere and he moves on to the next. So he drives out to a home of 66-year-old Lila and her 68-year-old husband Max, bursts into the couple's bedroom where they were asleep, kills both of them with the machete. And then after he knew that they were dead, or he thought that they were dead, he then shoots them in the head. And then robs their house and takes all of their valuables. So that same night, July 20th at 4 a.m., Richard breaks into another home. It was a husband and a wife, and they were asleep in their bed. Richard shot the husband, which killed him instantly, and then he bound and raped the wife. Then the couple had an 8-year-old son. The 8-year-old son came walking in because he hears like noise going on in his parents' bedroom. So he goes into the room to see what's going on. Richard sees the 8-year-old. He bounds him up and he drags the 8-year-old around the house, telling him to show him where the valuables were. And it was said that during this time when he's dragging the little boy around, he demanded that he, quote, swear to Satan that he was not hiding any money from him. He left the child bound in the home. The child was able to get out and run to the neighbor's house for help. How are we doing? Are we okay? If you need to leave, completely understand. When you read about these, it's easy to just think of them as like a character in a way, or just like not real. And then when you remember that it's a real person who really did these things, you're like, what? You know, it's just, what? Moving on to August 8th, Richard steals another car, and he chose the home of 27-year-old Sakina and her 31-year-old husband, Elias, at this point sometime after 2:30 a.m. So he enters the home, and he just walks into the master bedroom where they are asleep. He shoots and kills Elias. Then he handcuffs Sakina while forcing her to reveal the locations of like the family jewelry. And it was said that Richard repeatedly demanded that she, quote, swear on Satan that she would not scream during his assaults. Sure, Richard. Sure. He ends up just taking any valuables he saw, and then he leaves the home. Now, during all this time, I mean, police keep finding these victims, and they are linking them all together, thinking that there is indeed like a serial killer out there. But they hadn't made any like public announcement about it. They didn't want to draw attention too much and like scare Richard away. Then a televised press conference had taken place. And it was during this conference which they ended up giving Richard the name the Night Stalker. Now, during this press conference is when they tell viewers to lock their doors, lock their windows, because someone is coming and it could be any of you. Like, they were they were putting some serious fear into anyone who was watching, which, I mean, they weren't really wrong, because Richard was out here like killing people just at random. This press conference ended up pissing a lot of people off, especially the LA detectives, because they knew Richard was going to be watching, and they knew that Richard was going to like make a run for it or destroy any type of evidence that he may have in his possession. So LA detectives were like pissed off that they had this media conference about it. I mean, they were right. Richard was indeed watching. Richard saw this and knew that everyone was onto him. He then took his sneakers, because they had mentioned in this media conference that they had. Do you remember when they found like his footprints in the garden area when he broke out of a house? Well, they found out like what kind of sneaker it was. So they made an announcement about what kind of sneaker it was, any little bit of information they had. Richard then takes his sneakers that were linked to the crimes, drives up to San Francisco. He then goes to the Golden Gate Bridge, and he drops his sneaker off of the Golden Gate Bridge into the water. He, at that time, remained in the San Francisco area for a few more days, and then for some reason, he goes back to the Los Angeles area. I don't know why. I mean, it's a good thing he did, because he gets caught, but like, you know, he drives back to the Los Angeles area, and then on August 24th, Richard gets that itch or that urge to break into someone else's house again. So he drives a little bit outside of the Los Angeles area, and he is kind of lurking outside of a home. Inside was a 13-year-old boy named James, and he was awake, and he hears footsteps outside the window. At this point, everybody had heard about this Night Stalker, so everybody was like just freaked out. This James boy, he hears like footsteps, and naturally he's like, it's the Night Stalker. So he runs and he wakes up his parents, and they're being just really loud and making sure that whoever's outside is like hearing them, right? This freaks Richard out, and he gets into a stolen car. So James, this 13-year-old boy, he runs outside, brave, had a little notepad, and he noted the color, the make and model of the car that Richard was speeding off in. And James was also able to get just a few numbers and letters from the license plate. James contacted the police and handed over what he knew or what he saw. The stolen vehicle that Richard was driving in, they found it on August 28th. They were able to get like a fingerprint from the rear view mirror. Even though Richard was really good at like wiping down the vehicle, he just missed like one little fingerprint. Police are excited about this. Like, they got a fingerprint, okay? So they go back and they're able to get a positive ID on the fingerprint, and now they had a name for this serial killer who's been just causing chaos. This fingerprint belongs to someone named Richard Ramirez. They see that he's like a 25-year-old drifter from Texas, and he had a long rap sheet that included many arrests for traffic and drug violations. So law enforcement decided to release to the media a mugshot of Richard that they had on file. So they do another media conference, and they publicly address Richard because they know he's watching, and they say, "We know who you are, everyone else will too, and there will be no place for you to hide." Which I feel like is such a ballsy move when you address the killer on camera. I feel like that to them, they take it as like a challenge, like, "Oh yeah, watch me," you know, and I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. It doesn't matter. Okay, cool. So then, August 30th, Richard decided to take a bus to Tucson, Arizona. That's where his brother was living. So his brother at this time, I guess, was completely unaware what was going on. Now, every newspaper and TV program in California was running this story, okay? It was everywhere and you couldn't avoid it. But I don't know so much if in Tucson it was. Anyways, Richard ends up not meeting with his brother, so he takes the bus out to Tucson and then gets back on the bus and goes back to Los Angeles. What I've gathered, perhaps, maybe, I'm not really sure, but I think it's because he was worried to put his brother in jeopardy and then now involve him on his crimes. But that is still kind of like unclear, so I don't really No. But he gets back on the bus and he goes back to Los Angeles. So then on August 31st, Richard gets off of the bus and he's walking and he looks over and he sees like a newspaper rack, right? Has magazines, newspapers, everything. And on the newspaper rack, it was just every single newspaper had his picture on the front. So he sees this and it sends him into a full-blown panic, a meltdown. He takes off running on foot and he tries to run across the freeway, stops a car, it's a woman, he tries to carjack her. Other people nearby who have slowed down and they see this happening, so then they prevent him from carjacking this woman. Richard gets like exhausted by all this, so he takes off and he hops over like several fences, attempting 2 more carjackings. Now, this is the good part, because he ends up in East LA. Rough. So he ends up in the wrong part of the neighborhood. Perfect, right? Love that. His dumbass tries to stop one of the cars driving down the street. Luckily, there were people outside, like a group of guys hanging outside. So they see this happening and they're like, no. And they attack Richard. One of them had struck Richard over the head with a metal bar and it prevented him from getting away because it like knocked him out, you know? The group ends up just taking turns beating the shit out of him and holding him down until police came. So Richard gets arrested and put in prison and is waiting for his court date. So at his first court appearance, you know, there's press there and stuff. And Richard had carved a pentagram on his hand. So he's showing it to like the cameras and stuff. And he just yells, "Hail Satan." Lots of Satan stuff on his body. Then on August 3rd, 1988, the Los Angeles Times reported that jail employees had overheard Richard planning to shoot the prosecutor with a gun. And then Richard was really bragging that he was going to smuggle like a gun into the courtroom and how he was going to do it and all that. And they install a metal detector outside the courtroom. So then August 14th, the trial was interrupted because one of the jurors did not arrive to the courtroom. And later that day, she was found shot to death in her apartment. So naturally, the jury was terrified. They were all thinking it was Richard, that he somehow directed this to happen from inside his prison cell. And now everyone, especially the jury, was really afraid for their own lives because, you know, one of them, I'm just trying to do my duty, you know, and I don't want to put my life at risk. I don't blame them. I wouldn't go. Heck no. Later on, it was determined that Richard was actually not responsible for this lady's death, and it was like her boyfriend shot and killed her. Just what is going on? What is going on, you know? Like, how awful. Now, this is the part that extra pisses me off. I mean, this whole story pisses me off. Don't get me wrong. Media was covering this story. They were showing Richard's photo everywhere. A lot of people thought he was a good-looking guy, that he was very hot. Richard had fans. He was getting hundreds of letters. They loved him. They were a fan of his work. There were also a lot of people paying him a visit while he was in prison. One of the ladies who was a big fan, her name was Doreen, and she wrote him nearly like 75 letters during his incarceration, and they were in love. And then during his trial, women were just flocking to the courtroom to get a glimpse of him. They were screaming like it was Justin Bieber. Well, people don't really scream for Justin Bieber anymore. They were screaming like it was, you know, fangirls. Now, many of these fans believed that he was innocent. He's innocent. He didn't do this. Even though everything points to him. That one juror, she got shot and she died. So she ends up being replaced by another woman. Her name is Cindy. And Cindy was infatuated, in love with, obsessed with Richard. How she got on the jury, I don't know. She is just making googly eyes with Richard, like, oh my God. And she would write him little notes and stuff and write him letters in prison. Richard loved this, okay, because he thought with her on his side, he could have a chance of getting a hung jury. So he is making sure to give her eye contact when he's like in court, you know, that kind of stuff. September 30th, 1989, Richard was convicted of all charges. 13 counts of murder, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, and 14 burglaries. Sorry. During the penalty phase of the trial on November 7th, he was sentenced to die in California's gas chamber, which they don't even do anymore, so he just sat there. Now, Richard ended up being upset with Cindy, the juror, because she didn't have his back, disappointed that, that he got the death sentence. She would later go on to do a few TV appearances, insisting that he had been poorly represented and he wasn't deserving of the death sentence. How do you do that? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just set better standards for yourself. You deserve better. All right, I'm glad we had this talk. In 1988, do you remember Doreen? They were in love too. He had a lot of girlfriends and stuff. Anyways, Doreen, Richard ends up proposing to her and they get married on October 3rd, 1996. They were married in the California San Quentin State Prison. We should just do a video dedicated to San Quentin State Prison because that's where they're all at. Field trip. But Doreen would eventually leave Richard. She found out that he had killed a 9-year-old and this upset her, so she broke it off with him. But I guess none of the other murders really mattered to her. Be better and get better idols. Get better idols, okay? Doreen, darling, hey, do better. Okay. Richard was waiting for his execution date, and this is when he became very unwell, very sick. His health just fell apart, and he ended up passing away at the age of 53. He had been sitting on death row for more than 23 years. There's this museum out here. It's called the Museum of Death. There's one here in Los Angeles and there's one in New Orleans as well. I've been to the one out here in Los Angeles, been a couple of times. You are not allowed to film in there, take photos, anything, or I would show you guys what it looks like inside. It's intense. It's intense. Collection of serial killer stuff, lots of graphic images, wall to wall to wall. Every corner is stuffed with something. When you walk in, it's heavy. Anyways, what I'm getting at is in the Museum of Death here in Los Angeles, they actually have a lot of letters from Richard. They're on display and you could see a picture book, all the different pictures that he got from fangirls while he was in prison. These girls just trying to be all cute and sexy. Yay, Satan. And then they would send it to him and they would write letters expressing their love. Oh, it's mind-blowing. Some of the things that these girls would do for him was very scary. Over the years, Richard did keep in touch with his fans and whatnot. I was reading some trivia questions, fun facts about Richard Ramirez. Hey, Richard, what's your favorite food? Tell us, your fans want to know. Richard's response was, quote, women's feet. All right, Richard, tell us, what's your biggest like? What's something you absolutely love? His response, quote, cocaine. Hey, Richard, tell us, what's your favorite vacation spot? Vacations. Richard said, quote, Uranus, end quote. Okay. Hey, Richard, one last question for your fans. If you like a girl, how do you get her to notice you? Richard said, quote, I pull my gun out. End quote. So that was the Richard Ramirez fun facts I learned. Very heavy story. I think we can all agree. It's very sad. He was the legit boogeyman. People that a lot of us fear. Someone breaking into your home and just, that is a lot of our nightmares. That is the story about Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. I would love to hear your thoughts down below. I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in and hanging out with me. I hope you have a wonderful day today. You make good choices, be better, and get better idols. You deserve it. And I'll be seeing you guys later. Bye. Ted. So let's start off with his early years, Ted's early years, okay? Eleanor Louise Cowell, who went by Louise, was 22 years old and unmarried when she gave birth to her son, Theodore Bundy. And Ted was born on November 24th, 1946. So he's a Sag. So Louise delivered Ted at a home for unwed mothers in Vermont and later brought her new son to her parents' home in Philadelphia. Now, Ted's father may have been a man named Lloyd Marshall, who was an Air Force veteran and a Penn State graduate, according to Anne Rule, a coworker of Ted's. She was also an author of the book The Stranger Beside Me. Other forces had Ted's father named Jack Worthington, while some rumors had it that his father was also his grandfather. On Ted's birth certificate, there's a little section where you put who the father is. Father was listed as unknown. His biological father's identity honestly may never be confirmed, but there are just a ton of different rumors as far as who it could be, and a lot of speculation as well. Honestly, my thought process on that whole thing is like, I'm sure the father, Ted's biological father, doesn't want to claim him at this point, you know? So we'll probably never know, and that's fine. It's really none of our business. Now, Ted's mother, her name's Eleanor, like I had mentioned, she was brought up by parents who were very religious, and having a baby at 22 years old without a husband, scandalous, you know? I feel like this is very common in a lot of our stories. It was very frowned upon. You just didn't do that, right? And still, in some places, it is considered still to be scandalous. You just don't do that. Anyways, so to hide the fact that the father was unknown, Ted was raised by his grandparents as an adopted baby, and in his early years, he was led to believe that his mother was instead his sister, which I'm sure was confusing because then as a toddler, Ted and now his mother moved to Tacoma, Washington. It's like 1 minute that's your sister, the next minute it's like, oh, that's my mom now. Talk about confusing for the poor child. In 1951, Ted's mother, Louise, she would marry a man named Johnny Bundy, and that's how Ted got the last name Bundy. So Ted took his stepfather's last name, but it's said that their relationship was not very good. Ted resented his stepfather for being uneducated and working class, lower to working class, like he wasn't making money. He just didn't like that. But Louise and Johnny would go on to have several children together and just be a little happy family. Now, it was said at a young age, Ted was displaying odd fascinations with death, murder, morbid, and gory topics. And it was said at the age of 3, Ted was obsessed with knives, very interested in knives, shiny, sharp. He would be playing with them or he would like to collect them. And this was odd because, well, he was 3. Now, as a student, Ted was intelligent and did very well in school. But socially, he had a hard time making friends. He struggled being social, but he was overall a great student. And then when he became a teenager, puberty hit and his behavior started to go off track a little bit there. Ted, on his free time, would enjoy peeping in people's windows and would often steal things that he wanted without showing any type of remorse or guilt. He would sneak off at nighttime, go look inside somebody's window, watch somebody undress, just being a little perv. And that's illegal too, so don't do that. Kind of similar to the Night Stalker. Remember, if you watched that video, he did the same thing. He was a peeping Tom when he was a teenager. Now, Ted would enroll into the University of Washington, and while there, he met and fell in love with a young lady from California. Ted would say that he was attracted to her because she had everything that he always wanted and desired. She had class, influence, and money, where he came from a family of lower class, no influence, and no money. But the two did start dating. When she decided to end the relationship, he was devastated. And later it became apparent that many of his victims resembled her. Long, dark hair and attractive. Ted would go on to graduate from the University of Washington with a degree in psychology in 1972. He had also been accepted to law school in Utah, but he would never earn his degree. Ted was a pretty smart cookie. In 1969, Ted began a 6-year relationship with a woman named Elizabeth, who he met at a bar in Seattle. Elizabeth was a single mother of a young daughter, and she struggled with alcoholism, but Ted said that he took care of her, and she referred to Ted as, quote, warm and loving. By the mid-1970s, Ted had become more outwardly confident and active in social and political matters. Ted even got a letter of recommendation from the Republican governor of Washington after working on his campaign. Many would describe Ted as charismatic, kind, empathetic, and quite handsome. Now, having all of these personality traits, well, handsome isn't a personality trait, but having all this like mixed together, a bundled pack, would actually end up helping him gain people's trust. People loved him. It helped him get victims in what the fuck he was doing. You know what I'm saying? It helped him out a lot. I think honestly that's why. And yeah, I don't even think. I know that's why people are obsessed with him, because he was charismatic. He was handsome. That's pretty much why. And I think that's why people got so obsessed with him. Like, how could this handsome guy be responsible for all of these murders? I just can't believe it. Well, I'm here to tell you, kitty cats, a murderer does not look like a specific thing like we think. There are some murderers who definitely fit that idea of murderer in our minds, but there are a lot who don't. Ted is a great example. You know how normally I do these videos, I kind of go into like the whole story leading up to what happened and whatnot? Well, there's a lot. So I'm just gonna jump into the murders part. So Ted would later on confess to 36 killings of young women across several states in the 1970s. And experts believe that the final tally of victims may be closer to 100 or more. The exact number of women Ted killed honestly will never be known, unfortunately. His killings usually followed a gruesome pattern. He often raped his victims before beating them to death, and there is some debate as to when Ted started killing. Most sources say that he began his murderous rampage around 1974. Around this time, many women in the Seattle area and in nearby Oregon went missing. I mean, a ton of women. Stories circulated about some of the victims last being seen in the company of a young, dark-haired man known as Ted. I don't know why he didn't think to use a fake name. This Ted guy would often lure his victims into his car by pretending to be injured and asking for their help. And it's sad because their kindness and willingness to help this guy, it killed them, which is awful. Okay, I had to put my hair back, and I know I look crazy. It doesn't matter. Okay. So Ted would often go back to the bodies after he killed them and disposed of them. And being the sicko that he is, he would perform sexual acts, sadly, with the corpses. And it's said that he would continue to do this until the bodies were so decomposed or damaged by wild animals that it was no longer possible to have physical contact with them. So at least 12 of Ted's victims were decapitated, and some of their heads were believed to be kept in his apartment for a small amount of time. And like many serial killers, they keep their trophies, as they call it, something to remember the killing from. But Ted kept the heads as his trophies. It's said that Ted got a great deal of enjoyment reliving his crimes simply by looking at or touching the severed heads of his victims. So I'm going to read some of his victims that were linked to Ted for sure. I'm not going to mention their names just because I don't have permission to do so, to use their names, so I just don't feel like I should. Plus, I feel like I can't give the victims a proper backstory because there's a lot. So I just think it's best if I leave their names out of it. Do you get what I'm saying? I hope so. These victims were for sure linked to Ted. Let me grab my book, my handy dandy book. I guess I could just read some, right? This is just like a timeline, okay? Timeline of known murders. February 1st, 1974. A 21-year-old woman. She was bludgeoned while she was sleeping and abducted. Sorry, I don't mean to sound so happy. Her skull and her jawbone were discovered at Taylor Mountain in Sonoma County, California. March 12, 1974. A 19-year-old woman was also abducted, but she was walking to a concert. That's when Ted got her, snatched her up, sadly murdered her, and then left her body at Taylor Mountain. She was never found, but Ted claims that he killed her for sure. They never found her though, so it's like, what? Jeez. April 17th, 1974, an 18-year-old disappeared while attending a meeting at Central Washington State College. Her skull and her jawbone were found at Taylor Mountain. May 6th, 1974, 22-year-old. She goes missing from Oregon State University, and also her skull was found at Taylor Mountain. June 1st, 1974, we have another 22-year-old. Now, she disappeared after leaving, it seems to be like a bar. Her skull also found at Taylor Mountain. June 11th, 1974. 1974, an 18-year-old abducted from an alley behind her sorority house at the University of Washington. Her skeletal remains were found at Issaquah. Is it really truly a Bailey video if I don't pronounce something incorrectly? Her skeletal remains were found, and Ted had given name and description of her. Oh, July 14th, 1974, 23-year-old. She was abducted from Lake Sammamish. Sammamish? Oh, Jesus, Bailey, get it together. Some days it goes really smoothly, and some days like today, I'm struggling. We have a 23-year-old, and she was abducted from Lake Sammamish. Hey? No? Okay. It's a state park. But she was abducted in broad daylight, and her skeletal remains were recovered at Issaquah, Washington. July 14th, 1974, we have a 19-year-old, and she was abducted 4 hours after the previous victim. Her skeletal remains were recovered at Issaquah as well. So that's 8 that were kind of located in the same area, Taylor Mountain and Issaquah. Correct? Yes. In the fall of 1974, Ted moved to Utah to attend law school. While there, coincidentally, women just began disappearing. I mean, he was doing work. And I don't mean to be funny at all, but it's just kind of crazy how many victims he had. Like, how did he find the time? So Utah, Colorado, and Idaho, there were 9 victims that were linked to Ted. And then in Florida, there were 3. And as far as possible victims go, there were a ton. I will just read a few. We have October 2nd, 1974. There was a 16-year-old who was ambushed, assaulted, and strangled in Holiday, Utah. And according to Ted, her body was buried near Capitol Reef National Park, which was 200 miles south of Salt Lake City. She sadly had never been found. We have another 17-year-old, and she vanished after leaving school in Bountiful, Utah. Only her kneecap was found, but it was never formally identified as belonging to this victim. It was in the location that Ted said it was, but they couldn't connect it to the victim's Ted said it was. June 28th, 1975, there was a 15-year-old, and she disappeared during a youth conference. Oh, geez. And according to Ted, her body was buried near Prince, Utah, which was 75 miles southeast of Provo. But she has never been found. And the list goes on, man. There's just so many. A lot of the women that were linked to Ted was because Ted came forward, talked to detectives when he was in prison and told them, who they were and where they were at. A lot of them just weren't found. And if they think they found them, it would just be bits and pieces of their remains, but not enough to actually link them or identify them. So it's like they were just trusting his word, which is like, why? I don't know. I guess they have to trust the killer. I mean, they have no one else to trust in that situation. So in 1974, Elizabeth, remember the lady that Ted was dating at the time? Now, she started to suspect that Ted was just up to no good. She just got that feeling. We all get it. That intuition. Something is not right. Elizabeth kind of, would snoop around and question things like, where did this come from? I don't remember him having this. She even went through his desk, and he had a meat cleaver in his desk. And she would ask him, like, why do you have a meat cleaver in your desk? Ted, he used his charm to deflect. He just reassured her everything's fine, everything's good. Meat cleaver. Never heard of her. But she just knew deep down that something wasn't right. That sucks. When you think about it, because a lot of the times, like, I couldn't imagine if you were, let's just say, side note, let's just say you're married to a killer. That would fucking suck. Like, when you really think about it, like, you know how sometimes when you read about a killer or watching whatever about a killer and they're married and you're like, how did you not know that he was doing something like that? Like, naturally, we want to question them. Like, how did you really not know? But what if you really didn't know? And then all this comes out in the news and everyone's judging you. Like, yeah, bitch, sure, you didn't know. Like, that sucks. Someone you love, someone you cared about, you spent all these years with is a killer. I believe that she didn't know what was going on. She had that deep down feeling. She thought some things he was doing was really suspicious. But for the most part, I don't think she knew that he was I don't think she actually knew what he was doing. Married to a killer. That sucks. Something deep down was telling Elizabeth that, Ted was responsible for all these women who are just going missing. She would end up going to police with her suspicion of Ted's involvement in the local murders, but they didn't believe her that he was indeed the killer. And the two of them would end up remaining together, but they did grow pretty distant when Ted moved to Olympia the following year. And then in 1975, Elizabeth went to police again, this time with evidence that helped them to arrest Ted. Now, I guess Ted had called Elizabeth up and he had confessed to her over the phone from his prison cell that he had tried to kill her and couldn't resist his impulses when he felt, quote, his sickness building in him, end quote. She broke ties with Ted for good and she ended up writing a book about it, about her experience with Ted, and it was titled The Phantom Prince, My Life with Ted Bundy. There's also a series on it, I believe, on Amazon, or was it a movie? So I mentioned that he was calling from a prison cell. I know I'm kind of jumping around, but caught. Okay, so let's talk about how he got caught. So on August 16th, 1975, Ted failed to stop at a routine traffic stop and was caught and arrested by the Utah Highway Patrol officer in Salt Lake City. So this police officer pulls Ted over, not knowing who is in the car. And he comes up to the car and he's looking at the passenger seat. And he notices that the passenger seat is missing. Okay, like, why is your passenger seat missing? Who has a missing seat? So he's looking, he's asking Ted, like, why is your seat missing? I know you didn't buy it like that, sir. The officer asked Ted to step out of the vehicle. And while the officer is searching Ted's car, that's when he comes across what he called a, quote, murder kit, end quote. A murder kit. The items found included a mask made from pantyhose, a ski mask, handcuffs, rope, an ice pick, a crowbar, and a trash bag, as well as, trash bags. Let me correct myself there, trash bags, as well as a number of tools. Well, like, the ice pick, a hammer, tools. So the police officer's like, if this doesn't scream, I'm doing something bad, then I don't know what does, Like, this is the biggest red flag I've ever seen in my life. Thank God this officer didn't let him go like most officers in previous stories may have done. So the officer was like, hey, buddy, I know you're not playing a game of Clue, okay? This is real life. What is all this? And Ted's trying to explain why he has all these items. He's like, these are just normal items that I had in my house. I'm bringing them back to my apartment. Like, it's not a big deal. It just happens to look that way. Ted was known to be very charming. He could talk his way out of just about anything. I was about to say, I'm sure we've all met somebody like that, but maybe you haven't. I know I have for sure. I used to work with people like that who could just talk their way out of anything. Probably because I worked retail and sales all my life, so I met a lot of people like that. Sellers, closers. Ted was like that. Anyway, so he's telling the officer, like, yeah, I'm just taking this stuff back to my apartment. Like, it's not a big deal. I mean, don't you have a homemade mask out of pantyhose, officer? Oh my God. But luckily, this police officer remembered the description of the car and suspect from a kidnapping in November of the previous year. And this description and the car, it matched Ted exactly. Good thinking, officer, So the officer tells Ted, yeah, you're under arrest, and arrests him. And after Ted was arrested, his apartment was then searched. But oddly enough, when they searched his apartment, they didn't find anything at that time. I don't know where a lot of it was, but it wasn't there at his apartment. Because they didn't find anything, Ted was released and put on a 24-hour surveillance. I mean, if we exclude what we know now, at the time it was like, we don't have anything on this guy. They can't hold him without any evidence, They were doing what they had to. So during this period, detectives would then interview his previous girlfriend, Elizabeth, remember? And she was up in Seattle. She said that before Ted had moved to Utah, she came across some very odd items in her apartment, but also at Ted's home. And they were like, go on, because we couldn't find shit. She said that she found a bag of white, dry, mixed plaster of Paris, crutches, surgical gloves, a sack of women's clothing, and a meat cleaver. So she's telling detectives all this. Now, she would go on to say that Ted, he wasn't debt. Like throughout his whole adult life, he was constantly in debt. He never really had much money to his name, and he seemed to steal everything that he possessed. When Elizabeth, confronted him about a new TV and a stereo that he had gotten, she's like, where the hell did you get that? Well, I'm sure she didn't say that. She's asked him though, like, where did you get this? He warned her and said, quote, if you tell anyone, I'll break your fucking neck, end quote. So she's like, all right, like, shit, she's just asking. She also said that Ted would become very upset whenever she considered cutting her hair. And her hair, it was very long, brown, and it was parted down the middle, just how Ted liked it. And a lot of his victims had longer hair. So she told detectives this, like, he just got mad whenever I wanted to cut my hair, and then obviously he was stealing shit, but I don't know where he was getting the shit. So at that time, Ted was driving a Volkswagen Beetle. When he got arrested, they had to, they went through his apartment and stuff, and they also needed to retrieve his Volkswagen Beetle, which Ted had sold to just a young teenager, which was like an easy way to get rid of it, So they went and they got the Volkswagen Beetle. And they were quite lucky, actually, because the new owner hadn't done any like deep cleaning, and they put it under forensic testing. They found hairs in the vehicle that matched to 3 different women who, I think 2 of them were missing. One of them was still alive. And they were able to get the victim that was still alive. She had escaped Ted's attempt to kidnap and murder her, and she was going to press charges, right? Ted was then put in a lineup, and he was with some other men, and they brought in this victim who had escaped, and they asked her to point out, is any of these men the one who attempted to kidnap you? And she was able to point Ted out right away, and she said that Ted pretended to be, quote, Officer Roseland, end quote, and she was certain that Ted was the man that took her. For some gross reason, despite being charged with aggravated kidnapping and attempted criminal assaults from the victim who got away, Ted was let out of jail once again on bail. Awesome. Usually that goes so great, I mean, how many chances does this guy get? So Ted, while he was out, he was just kind of doing his own thing, but then he was brought back in February of 1976 for the case of the woman who had escaped and was found guilty. He was sentenced to up to 15 years in prison on June 30th, 1976. Now, this is just for the one woman who had escaped. This was not for any of the other murders or anything he had done. This is just for the one lady, which is great. Like, they caught him, 15 years prison. While he's in prison, at least he's there, and we can get him for all the other stuff that he did. But Ted had remained in prison only up until October of 1976, because that's when he was able to escape prison and make a run for it. Very rare that you hear about people escaping prison, Ted was then found not long after hiding in some bushes out on the prison grounds. And once he was caught, he was sent to solitary confinement, and he would be in there for several weeks, which that will make you definitely lose it. That same month that Ted was able to escape from prison, he was charged with the murder of a woman in Aspen, and he was transferred for the trial and chose to represent himself in court, meaning he was excused from being handcuffed or shackled. Pretty smart, huh? So at one point, Ted had asked to visit the law library, which was located in the courthouse, so he can conduct research for his case, and he was given permission. Cue eye roll. I think legally they have to, right? I don't know. Okay, anyways, Ted noticed once he entered the library that somebody had left open a window, okay? So in this room he's in, he notices, the fucking window's open. When everyone left the room, it was just him for a split second. He jumped out of the second-story window and escaped. He would end up being recaptured, but it wasn't until 8 days later. This wasn't the last time he would attempt to escape either. He kept escaping. Okay? And then there was another time in December, Ted would escape from custody again. He climbed out of a hole he made in the ceiling of his cell. Now, he was dedicated. I guess he really had nothing else to do, but he dropped more than 30 pounds so he could fit through the small opening he had made in the ceiling of his cell. At night, Ted would practice climbing through it and navigating the crawl space. He was able to break free on December 30th, 1977. Ted piled books books on his bed and covered it with a blanket so it just looked like he was sleeping on his bed if somebody walked by. Then he climbed through the ceiling hole. He then dropped down into the chief jailer's apartment, who luckily, he just seems to be full of luck, this guy, but this man just happened to be out for the night. So Ted drops into the apartment and stole his clothes and then just walks out the front door. I'm laughing because it's just so stupid. I guess he's smart. He's smart. Or everybody's just dumb. Ted was missing for 15 hours, which gave him a big head start. Holy shit, that's a long time, 15 hours. It just now clicked. When you really think about it, that's a full day they thought he was sleeping in his bed. Books are kind of like have hard edges. How did that look like a person? Whatever. One of Ted's most brutal attacks occurred on January 15th, 1978, while he was on the run after escaping jail. In the early hours of the morning, he made his way into Florida State University sorority house. And at around 2:45 a.m., he attacked a 21-year-old woman with a piece of firewood as she was sleeping in her bed. He then used a nylon stocking to strangle her. And then when she passed, he moved on and he went to another sleeping 20-year-old woman's room. And Ted beat her until she was unconscious, then strangled her. With this victim, he tore off one of her nipples and then bit her buttocks, and assaulted her sexually with a bottle. The bite mark left on this victim would actually, I don't want to say it was a good thing, but in a way, good thing, because it would later prove Ted's connection to these murders in the first place, because he left a mark and they were able to prove that these were Ted's teeth later on in court, which is like so random. No, fucking life is just crazy, right? Like, this is some crazy shit. Once he was done with this victim, he went into the bedroom next door and Ted attacked the two women who were asleep in there. One of the women had her jaw broken and her shoulder was like almost cut off. And the other woman received a concussion, a broken jaw, a broken finger, and some of her teeth were knocked out. All four women were attacked within 15 minutes. So it was really quick. Really quick. After fleeing from the sorority house, Ted broke into an apartment and attacked another woman student from the university. She suffered a dislocated shoulder, a broken jaw. Her skull was fractured in 5 places, and she was left permanently deaf. She luckily survived. On February 9th, Ted kidnapped and murdered a 12-year-old girl and then fled. These crimes marked the end of his murderous rampage because once again, Ted was pulled over by a police officer on February 15th. He stole a vehicle and he's driving and he's trying to get anywhere, right? He's just making a run for it. Police pulled him over, and when they ran the plates, they saw that this vehicle was marked as stolen. So when the officer came back to Ted and informed him that he was under arrest, Ted flipped. He's like, I don't want to go back to jail. He kicks him and then he runs off. The police officer fired 2 warning shots. Rare. Then chased him. He caught up to Ted and he tackled him. They struggled, they fought, but luckily this officer was able to get Ted under arrest. Thank God, finally, you know? Well, I mean, how many chances did this guy get? He got too many chances. Once they placed Ted under arrest, they searched the vehicle again, and inside the vehicle they see 3 sets of IDs belonging to women from the Florida State University. It was the woman that he just attacked. They also found 21 stolen credit cards and a stolen television set. Like, where is he going with that? Like, where are you going? Why take the TV at that point? You know, like, you're not, okay. While in prison, because he was under arrest, taken to prison. While in prison in February of 1980, there was a woman named Carol Ann Boone. She was a mother of 2. Ted and Carol, they both had dated before his initial arrest. And in the courtroom during the penalty phase of his trial, he proposed and she accepted in the presence of the judge, making the marriage legitimate in Florida. So the 2 of them got married. The couple had met 6 years earlier when they both worked at the Department of Emergency Services. And then Carol gave birth to a daughter, and her name was Rose, in 1982. And Ted was listed as the father of this baby. Not much is known about Rose today. Honestly, I mean, like, just leave it alone, you know? Unless they want to speak. Has she spoke? No, I don't think so. I don't know. I just don't look up the kids and whatnot. I don't know. You can always feel free to dig around, but I just don't want to put out there on my channel like the kid, you know? Okay, anyways. So Carol eventually, it took her some time, but she realized that Ted actually was guilty of all these crimes. She's like, oh my God, you really did do it, you sicko. And then she ended up divorcing him 3 years prior to his execution, according to her book. Her book is called A Stranger Beside Me. She stopped visiting Ted during the last 2 years of his imprisonment, and then in June of 1979, Ted would stand trial for the homicides and assaults that had taken place at the sorority house, the ones that he did when he escaped prison, remember? We talked about it a couple minutes ago. The trial was covered by 250 reporters from 5 continents and was the first to be televised nationally in the US. I know, because we needed that. On February 10th, 1980, Ted was sentenced to death by electrocution. As the sentence was announced, he reportedly stood up and shouted, quote, "Tell the jury they were wrong," end quote. Now, he was sentenced to death, but it wouldn't be carried out until 9 years later. So for 9 years, he sat in prison. Ted confessed to 2 detectives from Idaho, Utah, and Colorado that he had committed numerous additional homicides, including several that were unknown to the police. So Ted would admit that there were other remains and other victims buried in Colorado. And he was telling this to detectives and investigators while he's in prison. And when they would ask, well, can you tell us where? Can you tell us who? Can you tell us, can you elaborate? Ted refused to. And in cases where he did give details, nothing was found. And it was believed that Ted would come forward with new information about other victims as a way to push back his execution date further and further. He was just buying himself more time. They can't kill this guy when he has all this information. Ted would eventually be put in the electric chair on January 24th, 1989. He was 42 years old. Now, many people celebrated when it was announced Ted was dead. People sang, danced, and set off fireworks across the street from the prison as the execution was carried out. Then they cheered loudly as the hearse drove off from the prison to carry Ted to wherever he was going. People are cheering, holding up their little woos, His body was cremated in Gainesville, and his ashes were said to be scattered at an undisclosed location in Washington state. Ted remained a suspect in several unsolved homicides and is likely responsible for others that may never be identified, which is fucking awful. That's where I get really torn about the death penalty, especially in a case like this. Yeah, he deserves to die and to suffer for what he did. But if there's still a lot of information they can share, it's shouldn't you try and get that out? I mean, they tried. Whatever. He's dead. Not much we can do about it. During a conversation in 1987, he confided in the county detective that there were some murders he would never, ever talk about because they were, quote, too close to home, too close to family, or involved, quote, victims who were very young. In 2011, Ted's DNA profile was added to the FBI's database for future reference in hopes to close other unsolved murder cases. Also, Ted's 1968 Volkswagen Beetle was displayed in the National Museum of Crime and Punishment in Washington, D.C. Now it's currently at the Alcatraz East Crime Museum in Tennessee. So you can go there and see his Volkswagen. There are many books, movies, TV series, docu-series, documentaries, interviews. There's a shit ton about Ted, his story. There are some from his surviving victims as well. And that, my friends, is just a little snippet about Ted Bundy. He was very awful. He was really gross. Unfortunately, we'll just probably never get closure as far as how many victims he had, how many there were, where they are. That sucks. That fucking sucks. Let me know your thoughts down below. Ted also has become not an icon, maybe an icon. He has a lot of fans. He has a lot of fans. Just like with the Night Stalker and Jeffrey Dahmer. Lots of fans. You know what's kind of interesting to me? Ted Bundy and the Night Stalker, they had very similar stories. They liked the attention, they liked the media, and I think they just overall enjoyed the spotlight, right? But they kind of have a lot of similarities. Anyways, I want to say a big thank you to you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you have a wonderful day today. You make good choices. Please, please, please be safe out there. I would say be careful, don't talk to strangers. But I feel like a lot of his victims were just trying to be nice and just help him, which it's just so sad because it's like, I don't want to say don't be nice to people. Listen to your intuition. I don't know. Oh, shit. Anyways, let me know your thoughts down below. I hope you have a wonderful day today. I already said all this, didn't I? Please be safe out there. And I'll be seeing you guys later. Bye. Today's story is pretty gruesome. Just a little disclaimer. So I'm sure you're aware, but people are not always what they seem. Someone you may think is like super nice on the outside, you know, like, oh my God, I love them, great. And then you have no idea what's really going on in their house, hiding in their closets, or maybe even below their floorboards, for that matter. Today's story is about a family man who was like involved with his local community. He seemed to be very well respected in his neighborhood, and his friends loved him. And he would even spend his free time volunteering at hospitals and like charity events. And sometimes he would do so dressing like a clown to entertain kids. You may be familiar with this story. That's right, we're talking about John Wayne Gacy. So, John Wayne Gacy was born on St. Patrick's Day, so March 17th, 1942, to a man by the name of John Stanley Gacy and his mom, Marion Elaine Robinson. Sorry. I mean, what did you expect me to pronounce everything correctly? I don't think that's how you say her name. It doesn't matter. But John Wayne Gacy, he was named after John Wayne, the Hollywood actor, super famous for all the Westerns, which, side note, not long ago, I went to an estate sale, and it was like not far from where I live, and it was the home of a John Wayne impersonator. I guess he was like the body double for the actual John Wayne. Super old guy, but it was an estate sale, so R.I.P. Anyways, so he had the coolest stuff, and I bought one of his hats. Yeah. Anyways, back to the story. Okay, so John Wayne Gacy, he was the middle child. He was sandwiched between two sisters, and they grew up on the north side of Chicago. Like many of the people we talk about here, John did not have the best childhood, okay? I guess he was born with a heart condition that would prevent him from playing sports or engaging in outdoor activities, which led to him not being very athletic or participating in sports with the other boys, you know, and it led to him just being a little bit overweight when he was growing up. It was said that he was super close with his mom and his sisters, but life with his dad was super rough. His dad was said to be an abusive alcoholic who was physically abusive to his wife and all three of the kids. And John seemed to suffer the most abuse from his father. Maybe because he was the only boy, but not good, you know, just not good. Sometimes John's dad would verbally abuse him, but more often than not, it was physical abuse. One of John's earliest memories was being beaten with his father's leather belt after he accidentally messed up some car engine parts his dad had laying out. Like he touched them and he wasn't supposed to, and he messed them up, and his dad just got pissed. And if his mom stepped in and tried to protect him from his father, John Sr. would call his son a sissy or a mama's boy, and he told his son, "You're probably gonna grow up queer." That's what he would say. Super supportive father, as you can tell. Now, John was exposed to like sexual stuff at a really early age. At the age of 5, he said that he was fondled or like touched by an older girl. And then in 1949, when John was like 6 or 7 years old, he and another boy were caught fondling a young girl. Now, when his dad found out, because I guess his dad found out, he beat the crap out of John pretty badly, which is kind of, you know, whatever. I guess this beating had like a lasting impression on him, and he became super terrified of his father after that. Because John was so afraid of his father, it obviously didn't allow open communication to go on between the two of them. And at one point, John was being molested by one of the family friends, and he was like just 8 years old. And this guy, he was a family friend, would take John out for ice cream and then would show him different wrestling holds. I'm using quotes here. So John never said anything because he thought his dad was going to blame him for being molested. And his dad was the kind of person that could always find a reason to beat him up or just to beat on him because that's just how he was. Like, he really didn't even need a reason to beat up the kids. It does get to one point where John tells his dad that he doesn't want to hang out with the family friend anymore, but he doesn't tell him like what's going on exactly, but he just like tells him, I don't want to be alone with him anymore. And then that's it. He doesn't hang out with him. So that's good, I guess, but not, I don't know. You get it. So even though John's upbringing was super rough, he decided to channel his need for acceptance by becoming involved within the community. And at the age of 18, John became an assistant precinct captain for a Democratic Party candidate. That was a mouthful for me. And then later on, he would become a precinct captain. For those of you who don't know what the captain does, because I didn't, they're essentially elected. They are an elected official who act as a direct link between the voters and the political party during local elections. So basically, John was responsible for helping the voter registration and also getting absentee ballots, distributing campaign and party information, and then just overall being an active member of outreach. Basically, someone that the community trusted. His dad was not impressed with John's desire to help the community and would refer to him as a pansy. During John's senior year of high school, he ended up dropping out and decided to move to Las Vegas, which, this is a side note. Why do people drop out senior year? Like, you only have one more year to go and then you're done. And then you're done. You are done. But then when people drop out, why? Just finish and then you're done. Anytime you need life advice, you're welcome. Anyway, so he drops out of school and he goes to Las Vegas. When he gets to Las Vegas, he ends up working for a funeral parlor. Now, this is like already in itself very strange because he gets hired at this funeral parlor and they find out that like John doesn't have anywhere to stay. He like moved out there and he's not settled, right? So the owner of this parlor was like, you can live here in the funeral parlor. And they set up a cot for him behind the embalming room, which is like, okay, I don't know. Okay. It's a choice. Creepy place to live full time, but John, I think he was happy just to have a place. Who knows? But John just seemed to like it because when he would sleep there in the cot, he'd be in the room, the place alone, right? So at night, he would climb into one of the coffins or some of the coffins and cuddle up with the body of someone that was in the coffin. So there was one time that it was a teenage boy who had passed and was like in the coffin. So he gets up and he gets in there with them and cuddles. Yeah, so that happened. John was quote unquote pretty normal. He was an active member in the community. He was outgoing. People seemed to really like him. Like, you would never know that something was off, but I think at this point it was the first sign that something was different with him. Yeah. And even John in later interviews said like it was at this moment that he kind of it like a light bulb went off on his head and he was like, okay, what I'm doing is wrong. Like, I'm in here petting a dead body. And then he kind of went into like a state of shock is what he said. It was like a wake-up call in a way, an awakening, but not like an awakening to where he's like, I'm going to be better. It seemed like it was a dark awakening. He wakes up, he decides, you know what? This Las Vegas thing isn't for me. And he calls up his mom and he's like, Mom, can I come back home? Will Dad let me come back home? And she's like, yeah, you can come back home. He forgives you for dropping out of school, moving to Las Vegas, but it's fine. Just come home. After being in Vegas for only 3 months, John moves back home to Chicago with his parents. So when John moves back home, he then attends business college, and then he ends up graduating in 1963. And then John gets a job working at a shoe company that asked him to relocate to Springfield, Illinois, where he then is working as a salesman. So once again, when John moved, this is when he decided to get active in the community again, but this time in Springfield. So he joined a local nonprofit leadership training organization that focuses on business development, management skills, and also community service. And it's called the JC organization. And John must have really loved working with them because he busted his ass and he spent a lot of time with them. After spending so much time with them, he ends up becoming the vice president of the organization in 1965, and he was named the third most outstanding JC in the state of Illinois. He's number 3. He's number 3, Wow. During this time is when he meets a coworker named Marilyn Myers, and they start dating. And then after dating for a little bit of time, they get engaged. Ooh. So 6 months after they were engaged, they got married. But during that time, Johnny Boy was not exactly faithful to Miss Marilyn. He tells Marilyn that one night, or somehow she finds out, but one night he gets really drunk and then he gets a blowy from one of the fellow JC members. Babe, I didn't even touch her. She touched me with her mouth. I didn't cheat. She did it. But she ends up working through it with him, and John and Marilyn proceed to still get married. So we're not judging because, we're judging, kind of, but not really. So the two of them get married, and John's new father-in-law, he happened to purchase 3 different KFC restaurants in Waterloo, Iowa. KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, hell yeah. So he purchases 3 of those, and he goes to John, and he's like, hey, would you like to be a manager of my 3 restaurants? I need a manager. And John is like, hell yeah, this is a very great opportunity. Very secure job, great money. So Marilyn and John, they pick up and they move to Waterloo. John would later describe his time in Waterloo as being perfect because it was just a great job, a perfect marriage, according to him. Marilyn gave birth to their son in February of 1966, and then their daughter in March of the following year. And John was just working his butt off at these KFC restaurants, and he was also active at the local JC chapter. And again, it wasn't long before he became vice president of the Waterloo JCs. The people at the JC meetings, they loved John because he would bring in Kentucky Fried Chicken to all the meetings, and he insisted everybody call him the Colonel. I don't know. I guess he just liked when people liked him. Anyway, so top it all off, when his parents came to visit him in 1966, his father was actually proud of him. And he pulls John aside and apologizes to him for all the physical and emotional abuse he inflicted on him when John was younger. And John Sr. even went so far as to telling John, I was wrong about you. And then he shook his hand. And that to John was a groundbreaking moment. His dad was proud of him. He finally got his father's approval, something he could never get. And yeah, it just had a very big effect on him. But not everything during these perfect years were indeed perfect. Of course not. John and the other members of the Waterloo JC were heavily involved with drugs, porn, picking up sex workers, and wife swapping. It seemed like a bit of a party organization, which that's fine, I guess. But wife swapping, not the show. It's like a swingers party, it seems like. And that's not all. John had opened up a quote unquote club in the basement of his house where all of the employees, or a lot of the employees from his KFC restaurants, would come over, kick it, drink, play pool, and they would do this until into the late of the night. A lot of the employees loved him because he's this cool manager who lets them come over and just party all night and hang out and drink. And they're like, hey, this is cool. So from the looks of it, this whole downstairs party club thing, it seemed all fun, like a manager who's taking care of his employees. But really it was just a way for John to indulge himself, because both boys and girls would come over and hang at this little club, but John would spend most of his time hanging out with the younger boys, the teenage boys that were working at the KFCs, and then he would give these teenagers a bunch of alcohol. And of course, not of course, but when you're a teenager and an adult gives you alcohol and you're hanging out and with friends, you're probably gonna drink it and you're probably gonna be like, well, this is so cool. Then after kind of gaining their trust, and giving them alcohol and being the cool manager. Then John would make sexual advances once he got the kids sauced up a little bit. If the guy or the teenager or the boy was like, hold on, like, I'm not into that, John would laugh it off and just say, like, I'm just joking, LOL, just testing your morals, you know, just LOL, that's all. Starting in August of 1967, John starts getting into a bit more trouble. John invited the 15-year-old son of one of his fellow JC members over. He's like, come on over to the house. We'll hang out. I have a pool table. So John invites Donald over, gives him some alcohol, lets him watch porn, and then casually John's like, you know, you have to have sex with a man before you can start having sex with women. Did you know that? And this 15-year-old didn't know any better, so he thinks that that is indeed a thing. I mean, he's trusting this older man, poor thing, but he ends up going along with it. Sadly, Donald was not John's only victim at this time. John had assaulted a number of other teens. He tricked a couple of them into believing he needed them to participate in what he called homosexual experiments for scientific research. And in exchange, he was going to give them a payment of $50. Which wasn't bad. Well, I mean, it is bad, but like in today's money, that would be equivalent to $400. So that's like a lot of money for the scientific research. And when you're a teenager, you know, it's just scummy scientific research. He works at KFC. What kind of science are they doing there? So while Donald was not the only one, he was the only one who spoke up. So after this happens, Donald goes to his dad, tells his dad what happened, and for obvious reasons, his father was livid. So immediately, he told the cops what had happened, and John was arrested and charged with oral sodomy. Now, John denied, because it came out like publicly. So he was like, he's just denying, right? Because he needs to maintain this good image. Deny. He was claiming publicly that Donald's father was doing this for like political reasons. And to prove his innocence, John was like, I demand I be given a polygraph test. Like, I'll prove to you guys that I'm not lying. So they take him up on his offer. They're like, okay, let's do the polygraph test. And John's like, shit, you know, like, oh, fuck. So they go along with it. They hook John up to give him the polygraph test, right? And they ask him, like, hey, did you have sex with this boy? And John says, no, I did not. But the lie detector test determined that was a lie. He failed. And because of his actions, John was indicted on the sodomy charges on May 10th, 1968, as he should be. So obviously, John is not very happy. He's not very pleased with Donald going around making these wild accusations that he did something that he definitely did, but he didn't want him to say it, you know? So John is like, I need to stop Donald from testifying, and then everything will get dropped. So on August 30th, John decides to hire one of his employees to approach Donald and rough him up a little bit in order to convince him not to testify. In other words, scare him or beat him up so he wouldn't testify. Now, Donald was approached by these aggressors, and luckily he was able to escape. So at first, the employee denied. He's like, I didn't do anything with me. But then eventually, like, it didn't even take that long before this employee just threw John under the bus. And he's like, well, actually, John hired me to beat him up. So because of this, John was once again arrested, and he was given an additional charge for trying to intimidate a witness. Not long after that, John was ordered to submit a psychological evaluation, and doctors end up diagnosing John with antisocial personality disorder, but they also determined that he is fit to stand trial. They do warn the judge that John most likely wouldn't benefit from therapy or treatment, and he would probably commit assault again. This is what they tell the judge. He's probably going to do something again, and nothing's going to save him. essentially. And honestly, somebody should have listened. Somebody should have maybe listened to him, but they didn't. Of course they didn't. Why would they do their job? We don't know. During his trial, which was on November 7th, 1968, John pleaded guilty to the charge of sodomy against Donald, but claimed that Donald had actually propositioned him, not the other way around. No one believed his story, and he ended up being convicted on December 3rd, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. I wish I could tell you that was the end. The end, you know? Of course not. So I guess you could say things are pretty bad for John. And then they go from bad to worse because that same day, Marilyn petitioned for a divorce with sole custody of their 2 children. And the judge had granted her the divorce. And John never saw her or his 2 kids again, ever again. So I think most of us would consider going to prison, getting divorced, and like losing custody of your kids would probably be rock bottom, right? You'd think, oh, it's over, baby. But not for Johnny Boy over here. He was making the most of his life in prison. As much as we hate him, everybody said this man had drive, ambition, charm, okay? And because of this little trifecta of a personality or whatever, it really didn't take John long before he was given the position of head cook in the prison, and he found a way to increase the daily pay for the inmates who worked in the mess hall. He like represented the people. He also joined the JC chapter of inmates, and he actually increased their membership by adding or bringing in 600 people in a little over a year. Yeah, so this guy, I mean, he just makes moves. He makes moves. And then on top of all of that, he found ways to improve the conditions at the prison. So one thing that he did was he got them to install a mini golf course in the rec yard, right? He was good with his words or something. It's a shame John was such a shithead. Like, he seemed like he could really make things happen for whatever community he was living in. That's a damn shame, you know? After serving 18 months of his 10-year sentence, John was granted parole. And he was only given a 1-year probation period. 18 months. Ugh. All because of his great behavior. Model prison inmate. Isn't that just terrifying? I just feel like they probably shouldn't have done that. But they did. Choices were once again made. John swore up and down that he was a new man. He changed. He was never going back to that old John. Changed man. Great, right? Great. We're rooting for you. You're changed. Do good things. He moved back to Chicago, and he got a job as a cook in a restaurant. But as we all know, tigers can't change their stripes. It didn't take him that long. It was less than a year. John was like, I'm bored. And he was up to his old tricks. Stupid man. So again, under a year later, once again, John was charged with sexually assaulting a teenage boy on at least 2 more occasions. In both cases, the charges ended up being dropped, and John was free to go. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Now, this is where it gets confusing because the Iowa Parole Board, they didn't learn about any of this, his arrests and stuff, until 8 months later after John's parole had already ended. So a month later, John's previous criminal convictions were sealed, allowing him a fresh start once again. You're probably wondering, why? Why, Bailey? Why? I don't get it. I don't freaking know. I don't make these stupid-ass laws. Don't you think they should be held accountable for what happens next because they let his ass go? They had numerous chances to arrest him and hold him and... Okay, so... Great. John's like, yay, it works out for me every time. That's what I imagine he's saying. He's out of prison, and he's like, okay, now I need help moving into a home, right? So he asked his mom for some help buying a house in Cook County, Chicago. And they move in together. So they're, roommates. And he starts a part-time construction business, and he's working on construction contracts in the evening while working as a cook during the day. And eventually his construction business expands into interior design and remodeling. I know, and because of this, it allows him to quit being a cook and run his business full time. And let me tell you, his business was thriving. He was quite the interior designer. Kind of surprised that Ed Gein was an interior designer. Okay, so just like in Iowa and just like in prison, John becomes once again super active in his local community. He assists his new neighbors by loaning them tools for any of like their home DIY projects. That's my DIY move. He also even offers to plow the snow for his neighbors for free. They're like, wow, John, we love this guy. And then during the summer, it was said that John held like the most epic backyard barbecues. Okay. Sometimes the guest list to his party were as long as like 400 people. So it wasn't even a backyard barbecue. It was like a block party. And it was said that John just knew how to throw a really good party. At this point, John was also introduced to another club that really piqued his interest. It's called the Jolly Joker Clown Club. And they would volunteer at parades, fundraising events, children's hospitals, and people would dress up as clowns and go and make people happy by being a clown, So John gets into this, and he creates 2 different clown characters for his events that he attends. One of the clown characters was named Pogo the Clown, and the other was Patches the Clown. Now, John would say that Pogo the Clown, he was more fun. He was like, yeah. And then Patches was a little bit more serious. He was like a serious clown. It just depended on his mood, who he wanted to be that day. Years later, during a conversation with detectives when John was under surveillance, he actually talked about his volunteer work as a clown, and then like casually says, clowns can get away with murder. I mean, if that's not foreshadowing, I don't know what is. I just feel like most people are scared of clowns. But maybe not at this time. People weren't scared yet. I don't know. Clowns are so scary. So John's life is really looking up, right? He's got this fresh start. He's got this house with his mom. He's partying. He's back in the organizations. He's volunteering. And he also got a fresh start on his love life as well. He ended up reconnecting with an ex-girlfriend from his high school, and her name was Carol. And at this point, she already had 2 daughters. But John was like, why don't you move in with me and you could bring your 2 daughters? Great. So she did. So she and her 2 daughters move in with John, and then they get engaged pretty quickly. And then they get married on July 1st, 1972. So the marriage just wouldn't last that long. Okay. So about 3 years after they got married, John just out of the blue tells Carol one day, I just want to let you know that I'm bisexual. Not really sure how she reacted to that. But she stayed. Maybe she's supportive. But on Mother's Day of that year, John gave her a pretty shitty gift, to say the least. So the 2 of them engage in sexual relations. And then after having sex with Carol, John tells Carol, like, oh, by the way, this is the last time we're having sex. Ever. And Carol's like, what? Like, what does that mean? What do you mean? Huh? Like, I've got follow-up questions. And he really didn't explain at all as to why this is the case. She was confused, but she also thought maybe it's just a phase, right? Maybe he doesn't mean it. What does he even mean? Okay, I guess. I don't know. But after that moment, that's when Carol notices, like, just the relationship started really going downhill. John was working really late nights. He wouldn't come home until like crazy hours in the morning. And then one day while he was gone, Carol was like, let me snoop around John's stuff and like see if there's anything going on, So she starts snooping around in his little man cave area, and she comes across a bunch of gay porn. And she also finds a few different men's wallets in the house. She didn't really know what to make of that, but it's like, weird. When John did come home, it was super odd because He wouldn't even really acknowledge Carol. The relationship was shit. And he would just head straight to the garage with a bunch of like teen boys that he worked with at KFC, you know? And he always had like a posse of younger boys with him hanging by his side. And they would hang in his little man cave until late into the night. Now, eventually, Carol asked John, like, what is this all about? Like, what is going on? What is going on? What is happening? What is this? And I guess this really made John upset. And he just tells Carol, like, you better shut the F up. You know, it's really none of your business what I'm doing. Which is like, yeah, it kind of is because that's your wifey. Okay, so him and his wife are just kind of bickering, not getting along, obviously. And this went on for about 5 months. And then finally, like the last straw for the relationship was a pretty intense fight they had over balancing the checkbook. I'm not sure. I mean, at least she got out. Okay, so Carol asks for a divorce. John agrees, right? And Carol and her daughters, they end up staying in the house for like another 4 months, just until the divorce is finalized. So John's construction business, they employed a lot of high school students. A lot of young men is what I'm getting at. And the reason was because, for one, John liked it, obviously, but for the construction crew, they wanted someone who like was fit and could handle harder labor. That's why they hired the younger boys. But during this time, John was using his own work Rolodex as means to like hook up with men. He would even like test the waters to see if certain employees were down for sex or at least sexual favors in exchange for extra money. Sometimes he would offer young men to borrow his car. And sometimes he would be like, hey, if you have sex with me, I'll give you a promotion. And if they were not willing participants, right off the bat, John was known for telling them that he had a gun and he would threaten to kill them if they didn't comply. So there were a couple of other employees that gave John a more challenging time when it came to like trying to have a good time. But the biggest one was in 1976 when John had an incident with an 18-year-old named David. So John met David while David was hitchhiking. So he picks David up and they were driving to wherever it was they were going. And the two of them get to talking, right? And John learns that David, he has nowhere to go. He has no job. And John's like, great, you know, I have spare rooms at my house. And I own a construction company. So John offers David a job at his construction company. And he also offers David to move in with him as well. I mean, he's got the space now because Carol and the girls, they all moved out. He's like, the house is kind of quiet. There's plenty of space, you know, I'm just being nice. David's like, cool, thanks. I mean, he takes him up on this. Unfortunately, John can't seem to keep it in his pants for too long because that very night, he learns that it's David's birthday and he's turning 19 years old. So John learns it's his birthday and he's like, hey, we should celebrate. You're 19. We're alone in my house, you know? So they're drinking, they're celebrating, and then John's like, everybody loves a birthday, clown. Oh, God. So John decides to dress up in his pogo clown outfit. He's like, I just want to make it more like a birthday celebration. So he does that, and he's like, everyone loves a clown at a party, right? So I guess it was all fun and games, whatever. And then John, dressed as the clown, he somehow cons David into putting on a pair of handcuffs. He's like, let me show you this trick. And he gets David to put his hands in front of him and then handcuffs him. And then I guess at that very instant, that's when like the mood changes. John grabs the chain of the handcuffs and like swings David around and just straight up tells him, I am going to rape you. And David was like, fuck. No, you are not. So he fights back. He ends up kicking John in the face and manages to get himself free. From what I've read, John was a pretty convincing guy. He was a good talker, wasn't he? I don't know. But he ends up somehow convincing David that like, oh, this was just a joke gone wrong. No, I was just joking. And I don't know. He's just able to talk his way out of it, convinces David that it's all okay. And he's like, you don't have to move out. You could stay here. It's like, It won't happen again. So David continues to stay with John. So whatever he said, it just, yeah, you get it. It worked, I guess. It wasn't long, though, until John tried to rape David again. This time he did it in a way more threatening way. Maybe it was the lack of clown costume or the fact that he said, quote, "Dave, you really don't know who I am. Maybe it would be good if you give me what I want." It was a quote, end quote. Once again, David is somehow able to hold John off. John gets extremely frustrated and eventually just gives up. As he's leaving, John tells David, like, "You are not any fun." And then after this incident, David finally decides to move out. He would still continue to do work for John here and there over the next 2 years, but he really just tried to stay away. So around this time, John actually decides to up his game and go further than just assaulting these boys, okay? He's ready to take it to the next level. There were a number of young men and boys who were wrapped up in a night of drinking with John at his house and maybe even doing some drugs when John would bust out his handcuffs and tell them like, "Hey, do you guys want to see a magic trick with my handcuffs?" He would handcuff himself to like show everyone that they're magic handcuffs, but he would handcuff himself behind his back and then magically escape. But really, John just had the key hidden in his hand and he was able to get out of the handcuffs. So there was no magic. Okay. So once he showed them this trick, he's like, "Do you guys want to learn how to do this trick? I could teach you." And one of the kids would be like, "Yeah, like show me. I want to learn how to escape from handcuffs." So John puts the handcuffs on a kid who's there. And he's like, "I'm going to show you how to get out of this," right? Once the handcuffs are on, John would then reveal his secret to escaping this magic trick was by having a key. That's the trick. While his victims were handcuffed, John would often take advantage of these men and boys by raping them or often just straight up torturing them. Like sick torture, abuse, awful. Just all bad. It was real bad. So finally, John would show his victims the finale, another trick he had. This one was called the rope trick. And the rope trick was essentially John tying a rope around their neck and then strangling them to death. It was no trick. He was murdering them. Yeah. And as John was performing this trick on different victims, he seemed to get like progressively more and more aggressive. Some of them he would just strangle with the rope, which is still awful, not trying to say it's not. Some of the victims he would shove underwear deep into the victim's throat, which would lead to them dying from asphyxiation before the rope trick came to play. So yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. So it went from John just sexually abusing and raping boys to now full-blown murder. He was loving it or something. So when John's victims were finally dead, John would often hide the body under his bed for like a full day. And then he was like, okay, I should probably move them somewhere. So then he decided it'd be best to move them under the crawl space under his house. Crawl space. Some of the bodies he treated with quicklime every once in a while to kind of move the decomposition process along just a little faster. And then on other victims, he would try to embalm them. It's unclear like who got what treatment and why. I think he was just kind of playing around. I don't know. This dude was just hella sick. Honestly, John didn't really seem that picky about who his victims were, as long as they were young and they were boys, young men, young gentlemen. Sometimes he knew them. Sometimes they were like just random strangers he would see at a bus stop or maybe hitchhiking or just walking along the street. There were also a number of ways John trapped his victims. Some of them, it seemed like most of them, he promised them a job working for his construction company. I mean, because he had this company, so it was kind of like, hey, I could give you a job. You get it. Yeah. So he was like, I could give you a job. Of course, a lot of them were going to say, yeah. And then other times it was like, hey, you should come back to my place. I have alcohol, drugs. I could give you sex in exchange for money, or you can give me sex in exchange for money. And That was just like ways he got the victims to go back to his house. Now, the scariest thing of all was there was one point where John was able to get his hands on a police badge. Whether it was fake or not, he was just able to get his hands on a police badge and like a little siren light that he would put on his car. And he would trick victims into believing that he was a police officer. That is super fucked up. That's scary. Now, mind you, all of this could have been prevented because he was in prison and he was sentenced to 10 years and he should have been there for 10 years, but instead he was released. And even after that, he got just way too many chances. Stupid man. John had been pulling these stunts since 1972 and he was getting away with it for a pretty damn long time. So, you know how he was married to the second wife, wife number 2. Now, there was a lot of debate. There's a lot of question, like, how much did she know? Did she know anything at all? How could she not know? And it was believed that in certain cases that she may actually have known what was going on, or that John had forced her into staying silent about his crimes. And many believe that she may have been a forced accomplice. But there's great debate on that one. So also, many people have wondered throughout the years, like, why didn't the local police notice anything going on? I mean, there was like a bunch of people going missing. Like, how come no one saw nothing? Nobody questioned anything. No one reported these people missing. Like, it's just bizarre. Now, cops said that they saw plenty of young men going in and out of John's house over the years, but none of these guys, at least the ones that were able to leave, came out and like said anything against John. I'm assuming here that they were probably either threatened, maybe embarrassed, scared, or maybe they didn't get, I doubt they didn't get something from John. But, you know, there's many reasons as to why people don't speak out, but that may be why nothing was said. But it's just bizarre that like all these people are going missing, and it's just weird. I don't know. One source had said that the police believed these victims were just runaways. And then another said that the police didn't want to do anything because it seemed to be like homosexual stuff and they didn't want to touch it. Once again, the police not doing their goddamn job. John's first known murder victim was a 16-year-old kid named Timothy. And on January 2nd, 1972, John was at a family party. And I guess he's hanging out and he tells the people, his family, that he's going to leave. He's going to go for a drive because they put up some local ice sculptures and they're on display and it only happens every once in a while. So he's like, I'm going to go see the ice sculptures. So he gets in his car, he drives away. And while he's driving around, that's when he sees young Timothy at the Chicago bus terminal. And it was late at night. So he was like, hey kid, like it's super late. I have a home you could stay at. Like I'll give you a place to sleep tonight. Bring you back in the morning to catch the next bus. You shouldn't be out here. It's dangerous. Timothy's like, that sounds great. Sure. So he gets in the car with John and they drive around. John, I guess, drives him around like the city. Maybe he takes him to the ice sculptures. I don't know. But then eventually they head back to his place. Now, the details on this story are really unclear, but here's what John said, who I'm sure is not a very reliable source. I'm sure we can all agree on that. So the boy sleeps over. John says he wakes up the next morning from bed. This is him waking up. And he sees Timothy, the boy, he's standing in John's bedroom doorway. And he's holding a knife from his kitchen. Like there's a knife in his hand. Now, John says he just reacts. Okay, he reacts. He jumps up. Timothy was like, I guess, he didn't say anything, but he was looking like he was trying to surrender. And he accidentally cut John's arm. And I guess that really set John off. So he grabs, again, Timothy hasn't said anything, and this is according to John. So John grabs Timothy's wrist and he twists it so the kid would drop the knife. And then he slams the kid's head into the wall and then he kicks him like into the closet. So then this young boy, Timothy, he fights back. He kicks John square in the stomach and the two of them are like wrestling on the floor. And eventually, John is able to get on top of him and then just starts stabbing him in the chest. Bizarre, weird, tragic. I don't know. So John just leaves Timothy to die on the floor. And he said he gets up, he goes to the kitchen to put the knife back. And that's when he notices like there was an open carton of eggs and some bacon on the counter. And the kitchen table was set. And John's like, oh, I think Timothy was like just coming to ask how I like my eggs cooked. Whoopsie. Yeah, I don't know. I'm laughing because of just like, okay. So this whole thing, John would say in later interviews that this whole situation, this experience, it gave him a mind-numbing orgasm, and he just was very sexually satisfied from what just happened. Yeah. And that's the moment John said he realized that death was the ultimate thrill for him. So he's like, you know what? I really worked up an appetite. He eats the meal that poor Timothy was making for them. And then once he's all done, he gets Timothy and puts him in the crawl space under his house. And then later on, he goes back and covers the area with like an additional layer of concrete. So after killing Timothy, I guess this like satisfied John for quite some time because he waited about 2 years before he killed again. And as time went on, John started to be less cautious and started to get on the police's radar a bit. You see, in January 1976, Chicago police suspected John was responsible for the disappearance of a 9-year-old boy. The problem that they found themselves in was the fact that John lived near the O'Hare Airport, which technically was outside of their jurisdiction, which means like they're not allowed to build a case against him. It would have to be the other police department. So you're probably wondering, why didn't they just call up the other police department and be like, hey, there's a suspicious guy over here. Let me tell you about him. He's doing some shit. You need to get on it. There were a couple of victims who were able to get away, or rather, for some reason, John decided to let them live. In March of 1977, a 27-year-old, his name was Jeff, he was lured into John's car, where then John chloroformed him and then brutally raped and beat him. Unfortunately, cops didn't take his case very seriously, so Jeff made it his life's mission to track down who this person was who attacked him because he had like no memory of it. So he's going around searching the city for like a month, and he recognizes this victim, Jeff. He recognizes John's car. He's like, that's fucking him. He writes down the license plate, and then he goes to police and gives them the number. Like, this guy chloroformed me, fucking raped me, beat me. Like, you need to go get him. So Jeff ends up filing a civil lawsuit against John, and Jeff claimed that John offered him weed, but instead he used chloroform to knock him out. And when he woke up, he was handcuffed in John's house, and then John sexually attacked him before he let Jeff go. Once again, the man who's been getting far too many chances, John was charged with battery. Yeah. Which is a misdemeanor, which means he had to pay $3,000, and that was it. I don't know why. I don't know. Sick. And you know what's worse? They had him. John. They had him in court and stuff. They could have why didn't they search his house or something? I don't know. Anyways, so Jeff would actually go on later in life. He would write a book about his experience. It's called 29 Below. Poor guy. I hope he's okay. Then there was another victim who was a 19-year-old that John had kidnapped at gunpoint and forced this young man to do sexual stuff, raped him. And when he was taken into custody, John admitted that he engaged with some sexual behavior with this guy. And he admitted to the police that the sexual acts were pretty brutal, they were intense, but He said that the participant it was consensual. He consented to everything. That's what John told police. In fact, this kid was actually his consensual sex slave, according to John. Now, the police, for some sick reason, believed John, and the assistant state's attorney, they decided not to prosecute. I know. Shouldn't all of them just be fired? Just that whole state of people in charge fired. Well, they're probably not there anymore, but what a crock of shit. Outside of John being absolutely psycho, he was people looked at him like a pretty normal guy. Like, he was very active in the community still. He was even appointed the director position for Chicago's annual Polish Constitution Day parade. Yes. So with this position that he got, it gave him the opportunity to take a photo with the First Lady, Rosalind Carter. So he gets a picture with the president's wife on May 6, 1978. Now, the funny thing is, this is not funny, but the funny thing is, in order to get a picture with Miss Carter, the Secret Service, they had to do a background check on anybody who takes a picture with her, meets her, to make sure, they're not killers, whatever. They need to give them special clearance, which if you're like me, you're thinking, oh, right. So the Secret Service, beep, bop, boop, they're going to pull up John's background and be like, LOL, JK, no picture for you, But, because that makes sense. Well, if the world made sense, that probably would have happened. But the Secret Service did a background check on John, and they ended up clearing him. He was A-OK, cleared background. So he was approved. Okay, great. They're like, great, you get to meet the First Lady, snag a photo. Now, it's like, the thing is, that's just a bad look for the freaking president, too. Because when all shit hits the fan, all the information comes out, it's like, here she is, photographed with the president's wife. Ugh. Does anyone do their jobs around here, or are we all just too busy doing not that? So by 1978, John's crawl space under his house where he was hiding bodies was absolutely maxed out. He couldn't fit any more bodies under the house. So he was like, I could put bodies up in the attic, that's an option. But he realized that it's a terrible option because the bodies would probably leak when they decomposed, and then it would come through the ceilings and just be a big old mess. So instead, John decided it would be best if maybe he stopped using his house as a graveyard. So instead, he started to throw them into the local river, Des Plaines River. And he would end up doing this 5 different times. On December 11th, 1978, at 9 p.m., there was a 15-year-old high school student named Robert who was finishing up his shift at the local pharmacy. So he's working there at the local pharmacy. You get it. His mom comes to pick him up, right? She comes to pick up Robert. She's going to take him home. And they're excited because it's actually his mom's birthday. It's her 46th birthday. And they have plans to just celebrate with the whole family, have some cake, whatever. So she's waiting for him. And her son, Robert, runs out of the pharmacy and runs to the car and is like, hey, Mom, can you wait a few minutes? There's this guy who offered me a construction job that pays $5 an hour. And it would be awesome to make that kind of money because it was twice what he was making at his current job. So his mom is like, sure, go ahead, honey, I'll wait right here. And she's just waiting outside for Robert to come back. Well, some time passes by and Robert doesn't come back. So she's like, dude, where is he, So she's getting a little nervous. She looks around for him. She's not seeing him. So his mom drives home and she tells her husband, okay, Robert was there 1 minute and now he's just missing. So the whole family, it's Robert's mom and dad, his 2 siblings, and their 2 dogs, they all pile into the family car, head back to the local pharmacy, and they look for Robert. Now, they're searching for quite some time, and they can't find any clues. Nothing. He just poof vanished. Finally, it got late into the night. It was 11:30 at night. Robert's mom decides to go to the police and file a missing persons report. Poor thing. It was her birthday. Now, this case, it would hit close to home for a new police lieutenant that was working there that night, because his son was attending the same high school as Robert, and he just resonated with this woman and her missing son. He's afraid that his own son might be at risk of a similar fate. So the lieutenant insists on taking this case on himself. He's determined to find answers. Okay, he's not just going to write it down as missing. He's going to do something about it. And at this point, he was only the chief of detectives for about 6 months. So many were saying like, oh, he probably had something to prove, which is so annoying. Maybe he was doing his damn job. You wish every police officer would react like this guy. So, okay, this lieutenant asked, when was the last time you saw him, right? And he discovers that John Wayne Gacy, he was one of the contractors who recently helped remodel the pharmacy that Robert was working at. So he thought to himself, like, maybe John was the contractor Robert was talking to about that potential job. Like, that kind of makes sense, right? So the lieutenant calls up John and leaves a message asking like, hey, can you come into the station for questioning? Just want to talk. Then at 11 p.m. on December 12th, John calls up the lieutenant and asks like, hey, do you still want to talk to me? And the lieutenant's like, yeah. Can you get here today? Or how long do you think it'll take you to get here? Like, I'll be here. And John's like, I'll be there in a half an hour. So the lieutenant's like, great. Can't wait. Well, time goes by and then it's like 1 a.m. and John is still a no-show. So he's like, great. But you know what? John was actually super busy at that time because when John had called up the lieutenant, he actually was in the middle of something. He was in the middle of taking Robert's body and trying to get rid of it. So he's on the phone with the lieutenant, click, right? So he ends up loading Robert's body into the trunk of his car, and then he drives south so he can dump the body in the river. So John drops the body off, and he's now driving to go talk to the lieutenant. And I guess he must have hit like a patch of ice or something because his truck spun out and it was like 2 a.m. and John's car was getting towed out of a snowbank. So then once everything's all settled, 3 a.m., covered in mud, John walks into the police station. He's like, hey, I'm here to meet with the lieutenant. And whoever was at the main desk is like, it's 3 a.m. Why don't you come back later? And, he didn't have to come back, right? He could have just ran for it. But you know what? John, being that outstanding citizen he is, he comes back the next day. So John comes back and gives his brief statement to the lieutenant. And honestly, the lieutenant's getting weird vibes from John. And he's thinking John is holding Robert hostage in his house. So he asked for the keys to John's house. Now, John was a little hesitant to give over his keys for obvious reasons. But he eventually hands over his keys. He's like, yeah, you could search my house. And they do. So the cops, they hold John in custody while they search his home. So the cops end up going to John's home and they do search his house and they don't really find much. And by not finding much, I mean, they aren't really finding any evidence as to like what may have happened to Robert. But what they do find is plenty of gay porn, some needles, a starter pistol, some rope, and an 18-inch dildo. Oh, and the handcuffs. Okay. None of this is illegal to own, but the lieutenant's kind of frustrated because he just has this feeling that John knows something, but he fears that this is a dead end. So they keep looking around, and then they come across a receipt. And on the receipt, they find a charge for film that was being developed at the pharmacy where Robert worked. This seems to be enough evidence to convince the cops to seize John's car, van, and pickup truck to be searched later, hoping that one of the vehicles will at least have some kind of clue in it. So they have the cars searched and they find some fibers that could possibly be hair, but it's not super conclusive. They also have one of those trained dogs come and sniff around the cars to see if like they could smell Robert or death. You know how some of the dogs can smell death? Dogs are magical. So they have the dog come, and the dog's searching one of the cars, and the dog lays down on the passenger seat of the car, and the dog handler is like, oh, that's his reaction to death. That's his death reaction. And it was believed that Robert's body had probably been in there at some point. But they have all this information, but it doesn't mean anything. Like, there's no hard evidence that turns up to prove that Robert is linked to John. Police take some stuff from John's house, but nothing the police confiscated could connect John to Robert's disappearance. So at 11 p.m. that night, John was released from prison because they had nothing on him, you know? One day later, on December 15th, one of the items police seized during the search of his home, it comes back with a positive ID. But it's not a positive ID to Robert. It's actually... it belongs to a high school kid. It was his class ring, and this kid had been missing for 2 years. Why does John have it? And not only that, when one of John's employees were questioned, one of them tells police that some former employees just had disappeared. Like, they don't know what happened. They were here one day and then gone the next. Pretty suspicious, I'm sure we can all agree. John's got the class ring of a kid who disappeared a couple of years ago, and some of his employees have gone missing. Great, just what we need. Now, that same day, John calls up the police and invites them over for breakfast. Not sure why, but it was rumored that one of them was totally John's type and he had a bit of a crush on him. The cops noticed that John, he's not looking too good. He's looking a little tired, anxious. Maybe something's wearing on him a little bit, huh? But that's not all the police notice. When they're over at John's house, one of them said instantly when they walked in, they could smell death, which sounds gross, you know? But they say death has a certain smell, and the police officer is like, I smell it. Like, what is that smell? And he brings it up to John, and John's like, oh yeah, I have mold. It's mold. Oh, and I got some rodents over there. So it's just stinky. No big deal. So I guess the smell of John's house really wasn't enough for police to search his home again, right? Like, you think it would be, but it's not. Instead, John got a lawyer. He lawyered up, and John's lawyer actually filed a $750,000 lawsuit against the city and the police department. His lawyer was saying that the police were harassing John and doing illegal searches, and they were also just taking stuff that they weren't allowed to, plus they were destroying poor John's reputation in the whole process. So they were not allowed to search his home again. What a freaking mess, right? But luckily, finally, police, they really didn't have to wait that much longer, because on December 21st, 1978, John was followed to a gas station, okay? The cops were following him, and they saw him pass off like a package to one of the clerk workers at the gas station. The package was seized. It had a bunch of weed in there, and this was great because it's like what they needed to finally arrest John for something, right? They just wanted to hold him so they could further search his house. So they're like, yippee skippy, we got him. Yes, he gets arrested. Meanwhile, the day before John is arrested for the weed situation, he actually goes to visit his lawyer. And his lawyer wants to discuss that civil lawsuit they're filing, the $750,000. So he's like, come on over, we're going to talk about it, whatever. So when John gets there, instead of talking about the civil lawsuit, John sees like the local newspaper on his lawyer's desk, and he reads like the head story. It's about that kid who went missing. His name's Robert. And John, I guess, looks at it, and the first thing he says is, he's dead. He's in a river. And just like that, it was over, baby. I guess John sat there for hours confessing everything to his lawyer, saying that he had killed 32 men after having sexual relations with them. 32 men. That's a lot. 32? So while he's confessing, it was said to be strange and unusual because John was talking in the third person. He also was making it sound like he had an accomplice. I mean, his lawyer noticed that John literally had like no emotions towards any of the victims. And it was like, he just was going into great detail and just nothing. You know, it was hard to keep up. But during his confession, John goes into great detail about burying bodies under his house and also that he was using the river to dump bodies there. It was said that John, while he was confessing, he like fell asleep in the middle of his confession. I guess he was bored. But his lawyer said that he was in absolute shock. And while John was taking his little nap, he's trying to come up with a plan because that's his job, right? So John's taking a nap. The lawyer's like, okay, we're going to get him a psychiatric evaluation and maybe kind of lean into that, right? His lawyer wakes John up from his nap. He's like, hey, we're going to do a psychiatric evaluation. But instead, John, he brushes him off. And he says he's got things to do. He's like, no, I got things to do. And then that's when he gets up to leave and he goes to the gas station to deliver the weed, where then he gets arrested. So John's arrested once again, and during this time, the police get another warrant to search his home. They also interview one of John's employees, and they learn that a while back, John had asked his employee to dig a trench in his crawl space. They asked another employee who said that he helped dig some trenches and spread lime in them. And then he told police that the trenches were pretty small, kind of like the size of a shallow grave. Now, there are many speculations, many rumors that these two employees were involved with the murders. They were accomplices, to John. That's a big debate. They say no. They stood by the fact that they had no idea what the trenches were for or what John was up to. Many believe that's untrue, but either way, police got the information they needed from him, or them, I should say, and knew like, okay, they must be in these crawl spaces, right? That's where Robert's going to be at. They didn't even know like what they were getting themselves into. They thought they were just going to find Robert. Nay. So while police and stuff are searching John's house, they have John being questioned back at the station, right? And they're trying to get a confession out of him. And cops are like, we're going to tear up the floors of your house. We'll have to do whatever it takes to find Robert's body. And John's like, I'm telling you, like, Robert isn't there, but you might find other people buried in the floor. And then he goes on to say that there's another guy buried in the floor that I was forced to kill in self-defense. And the police are like, oh God, what? John ends up going back to the house with police, and he uses a spray can to kind of mark on the ground where bodies are buried at. So he marks a couple of spaces for the police, but while searching the crawl space under John's house, they come across like a trap door. And when they open up this little trap door, they find numerous body parts. I'm talking lots of different body parts, just all skedaddled about. So they've got 3 in the crawl space, and they've got another person under the garage floor. Where are the rest? They don't even know about the rest yet. The next day, December 22nd, John begins talking to police, and then he admits to burying 27 bodies around his property. He also confesses to throwing bodies into the river, and 4 bodies are eventually found, but Robert's body is never recovered. To help with the search of his house and hoping that they would spare his carpets from destruction, John, he ends up drawing a diagram showing the police like where all the bodies are buried in the crawl space, as well as a few other places around his property that they were all buried. His place must have reeked. After all this, John is moved to the hospital because they think like there might be more going on with him. And John tried really hard to convince them that he had multiple personality disorder. He claimed that he had 4 personalities, and they had 3 psychiatric experts not work on him, diagnose him as a paranoid schizophrenic with multiple personalities. But the prosecution, they believed that he was sane and in full control of his actions, that, he be tried as himself. So after searching John's house even more, they don't come across just 27 bodies like John had originally confessed. They end up finding 29 bodies in total, and 26 of them were found in the crawl space alone. The hell? So when they get into the crawl space, that's when they just realize, like, it's a freaking hot ass mess. The bodies are dismembered and, like, just heavily dismembered, like in a really bad shape. And investigators said that they went to the local McDonald's. I'm not kidding. They went to the local McDonald's and they asked to borrow a fry basket to help them, like, sift the soil in hopes to kind of get everybody together. So by the time they had finished, John was now being charged with 33 counts of murder. Dude, that's insane. And they were all, like, buried in his house. Ugh. What a weirdo. So, okay, arrested. Trial is coming up. Great. February 6, 1980. John was being charged with 33 counts of murder, and he had technically been convicted of more murders than anyone in American history. So that's cool, I guess. I guess he's happy about that one. Now, because John had confessed, it was mainly, like, the whole purpose of the trial was more about deciding if he was insane or not versus him being guilty or innocent. It would determine his sentencing. But after undergoing over 300 hours of different psychological tests, John was deemed fit to stand trial despite trying to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. The trial itself, it lasted about 5 weeks. People were very interested, and it took the jury less than 2 hours to find him guilty of 33 murders. John was sentenced to serve 12 death sentences and 21 natural life sentences. The parents and the relatives of John's victims actually start to applaud when they learn that John is going to be executed. I mean, I don't blame them. So John was sentenced to death on March 13th, 1980. Oh my God, isn't it his birthday? The 14th or something? Isn't that weird? I feel like that happens a lot in these stories. It's like right around their birthday. What's that about? But of course, death row doesn't happen overnight, So he sat on death row for 14 years. John tried to appeal his sentence. And during his death row sitting time, he gave a bunch of interviews, giving out just stupid information, trying to prove that he was actually innocent and that he didn't do any of it. He also had a telephone number set up where people could pay to hear his 12-minute recorded statement declaring his innocence and saying that he had an alibi for everything and that he was being wrongly convicted. So annoying. He just... whatever. Boo. While he sat his ass in jail, he painted, he wrote letters, he tried to prove to everybody that he was innocent. None of it worked. A lot of fans, though. He had a lot of fans. Then his execution day came. And guess what he had for his final meal? I don't know why I'm so excited, but I was like, oh, full circle. He had KFC. Isn't that a full circle moment? Shortly after midnight on May 11th, 1994, John, who was 52 years old at this time, he was given a 3-drug lethal injection, and at 12:58 a.m., John Wayne Gacy was finally dead. Dunzo. Now, there are actually rumors that John's final words were, quote, "kiss my ass." Everyone believes that that's what his final words were. The state attorney who tried the case and who was there said that that wasn't true, but maybe he's just saying that. I don't know, who knows? But everybody thinks he did say that, and they kind of just run with it. Kiss my ass. They're like, yeah, he's the fucking rock star. So annoying. After going through all the victims found under and around John's freaking house, investigators, they still had 8 bodies that they could not identify. Regardless, it was really important to everyone involved with the case that they were still given proper funerals, even if no one knew who they were. So they made them different gravestones saying, we remembered, and the date that the body was buried. It's really sad. Over time, DNA, became a thing, and they're able to ID people based off DNA evidence. So 2 of the victims, actually, they were able to link with their DNA. So they were able to ID 2 of them. However, to this day, 6 of the 8 victims still remain unidentified. So that, my friends, is the very long story of John Wayne Gacy. He was a man with too many chances. Oh, hold on. I have a headband. Look, this is my costume. Very cute. I'm Medusa, but I'm going to take it off because this headband is killing me. Ouch. Would not recommend. So, John Wayne Gacy. Dude, wild, gross. Ugh. 33 victims. He got way too many chances. All of those police, all of those people who let him go throughout the years, I hope they got fired. They probably didn't, because come the fuck on, Bailey. But they should have. Okay? How 33 victims and they never let me think, where are all these people going? It's just bizarre, the whole thing. And then his wife was living under the same roof. And it's didn't she smell anything? Or wonder why they were freshly moved dirt and stuff. And she's like, what's that about? You gardening? I don't see any flowers. It's just weird. And I don't want to believe that she was in on it. I don't know. But golly gee willikers. John was fucked up. Okay, super fucked up, and he's a super scary type because to your face and whatnot, he seemed like a super charming guy. Everybody loved him. Everyone thought he was normal, and he was very involved with charity. Just creepy. Anyways, I would love to know what you guys think down below. What do you think of the look? Cute. I'm all that was gross. That's a lot. 33. And nobody thought anything? His neighbors didn't smell anything? How did he not stink? Anyways, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Sorry my costume isn't really a costume, but I like this makeup look. Let me know who you want me to talk about next week. I hope you have a good rest of your day. You make good choices. Please be safe out there. I'll be seeing you guys next week. Bye. I learned too much about this guy, and the reason he grosses me out the most is because he's one of those killers that just would find someone and be like, that's who I'm gonna kill next, and that was it. Where a lot of the times when we talk here, it's kind of people that the killer knows or they're close with, where this guy was that person, I'm gonna do that person, and it's scary, Okay, so BTK killer between 1974 and 1991, Dennis Rader brutally murdered 10 people, including 2 children, mostly by binding, torturing, and killing them, which gave him the name BTK, bind, torture, kill. Yeah. Dennis Rader, he lived a double life. On one hand, he was president of his local Lutheran church council. He was president of that. He was a Cub Scout leader. He had a wife and 2 kids. Yep. What else, Bailey? Well, he earned multiple degrees and held a variety of different jobs. One of his jobs was actually installing ADT security systems. Yeah, he was installing security systems at the homes of people who were afraid of this BTK killer on the loose. Literally, the killer is inside the house. I told myself I was going to grow my eyebrows out like I always do, and then I was like, meh, and I butchered my brows. I don't know how to do them anymore. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going through a brow crisis. So this guy, he had a very deep and complex dark side, which involved, pretty vivid fantasies of domination, bondage, torture, murdering women. And these fantasies turned to reality when in 1973, Dennis was let go from his job at, I think it's Cessna. It's an aviation company, and I guess he had time on his hands, and he was like, let's get down to business. I'm giving you a little rundown before we jump into it. I hope that's okay. I normally just get into it, but maybe you like a rundown. Let me know down below. With too much time on his hands, he fell deeper into his fantasies, and the following year, his killings began, which would continue all the way up to 1991. During his murder spree, he would sometimes leave clues in the form of letters that he would leave in library books. He once even sent a poem to the local paper mocking one of his victims. So over 13 years, in 2004, Dennis hadn't been caught, and the case had run cold.
The local news had suggested that the killer must have been dead or was probably in prison. But Dennis didn't like this. He didn't want to go unnoticed or forgotten. So he started communicating with media and police to let them know that, like, hey, I'm still here. He wrote letters, sent photos and evidence from crime scenes, and, he would send, some would include driver's licenses of his victims. He even left random cereal boxes containing dolls bound with rope inside the cereal boxes. You know what I'm saying? And then finally, though, his need for attention led cops to track him down, all thanks to a floppy disk and his daughter's pap smear. Oh, yes. So now, let's get into the nitty-gritty of it all, shall we? So Dennis Lynn Rader was born on March 9th, 1945 in Pittsburgh, Kansas. But I guess he grew up in Wichita, Kansas. His middle name is Lynn. I was like, oh, Dennis Lynn. He was the oldest of 4 boys, and his mom worked at the local grocery store as a bookkeeper. His dad, his name was William. He was in the Marine Corps, and then later he worked at the Kansas Gas Service Gas Distribution Center. But both of Dennis's parents worked long hours, and I guess, because they're working all the time, they didn't pay much attention to their kids. They're working. Later in life, Dennis would say that growing up, he felt ignored by his mother specifically, and I guess he really resented her for this. He attended Riverview Elementary School and Wichita Heights High School. I guess he wasn't a really good student, and it was said that he was more introverted and withdrawn, his personality. And while still in grade school, Dennis developed sadistic sexual fantasies that involved torturing, quote, trapped and helpless women. Yeah, in grade school. What the fuck? Forensic psychologist Dr. Tony Rourke, who evaluated Dennis after he was caught, believed that Dennis must have had an early childhood experience that tied his sexuality to watching a living creature suffer and die. You think maybe? Yeah, that's what they think. In this doctor's opinion, after whatever that first event was, he must have nurtured and encouraged those feelings in himself. I couldn't find anything Dennis himself saying what happened, but obviously I think it's safe to say he was introduced to something very young, right? By the time Dennis hit puberty, his fantasies became more elaborate and explicit. He was quoted as saying they were, quote, almost like a picture show that he wanted to direct and produce. There was this actress on The Mouseketeers. Well, do you remember the Mickey Mouse Club on TV? If you don't, that's okay. It was an old show. And there's this actress, her name was Annette, but Dennis would watch the show and he would see this Mouseketeer and would visualize, she was the main person starring in his dark fantasies. Well, when Dennis was young, he participated in, Boy Scouts and various activities through the Lutheran Church. And as a Boy Scout, unfortunately, he learned how to tie different knots, with rope, which would go on to be part of this process of torturing and murdering his victims. So that backfired. Dennis went to college for about a year, but then he dropped out. I don't know. He was over it. And then he ended up serving in the U.S. Air Force from 1966 to 1970. And I guess during that time, he was a perv. He would peek through window blinds to watch women undress and would even sometimes break into their homes when they weren't there and steal their underwear. Yeah. After the Air Force, Dennis moved to Park City, which was just outside of Wichita. And when he was there, he worked in the meat department of the IGA supermarket. And this is where his mom had been working as the bookkeeper. Then in 1971, he married a woman named Paula, and they went on to have 2 children together, a daughter named Carrie and a son named Brian. So as all of these stories usually go, it's from the outside, it's oh, this, all-American family working at the local supermarket, raising their kids. Nobody thinks a damn thing. At some point, Dennis, he would enroll in the local community college. I mean, he was smart because he went to like Butler County Community College in El Dorado, and he earned an associate's degree in electrical engineering technology. So it seems like he wasn't dumb, you know what I'm saying? During this time, he was also continuing to act on his sexual fetishes of voyeurism, autoerotic asphyxiation, and cross-dressing, but like low-key, you know, no one knew. It was said that he would also spy on female neighbors while dressed in women's clothing and then would masturbate with ropes or other bindings around his arms and his neck. Yeah, he was a little extreme, huh? He also engaged in what's known as zoo sadism. It's bad. It's the torture and killing of small animals, like dogs and cats. Yeah. So he would, like, do that. He would strangle and hang animal victims. Ugh. This is, like, the worst of the worst. Dennis would later say that he was obsessed with pornography. Like, in his free time, if he wasn't killing animals or peeking on the neighbors, he was looking at porn, and he even had like a special nickname for his penis. Yeah, he named his penis Sparky. Sparky. And whenever he would get aroused, he would call it Big Sparky Time. So there's that. Sparky. All right, you know, all right. There was debate over like how others saw him. Some described him as well-mannered, polite, and normal. And others said that he was obsessive and, like, extremely strict. So it was like, I don't know. He was apparently known to, like, bully single women. And he killed a neighbor's dog for no reason during his time as a dog catcher. Because he was, like, a dog catcher for a little bit. I think it's safe to assume he just really liked control and power. In 1973, Dennis was working for that aviation company, and then he got let go. And this event seemed to like give Dennis a lot of free time. It was said that this thrust him like deeper into his violent fantasy life. With too much free time, you know what they say, the devil's got work for idle hands, and boy, he had some idle hands. Like, I guess he started to crave knowing what it would be like to act on his sadistic impulses. Like, I don't know, you guys. He must have hid this so well from his family. I mean, I watched interviews and stuff, and, like, the kids were like, yeah, he did hide it really well. But it's like, I don't know why. I'm not trying to, like, say I don't believe them or anything, you know? But, like, if you're married to someone, how do you not see little glimpses of, like, he's fucked up? Something ain't right, you know? I don't know. Just scary to think you can marry someone and they could be this fucking bimbo. So Dennis began to quote unquote troll women, which meant he was like casing neighborhoods and school campuses where he would find a prospect, stalk them, and then develop like an elaborate fantasy of bondage, sex, and murder around them. So Dennis had his thing. I mean, you'll see as we get into all of the different murders that he did. He had his thing. He would routinely bind, torture, and strangle his victims. And most of them, majority of them, were women. He had, I guess, like a crime kit. And in this kit, it was a gun, there were knives, hoods, cords, tape, plastic bags, gloves, and like various tools that he would use to break into people's houses. And again, I mean, I think it's obvious, but he really put a lot of thought into this. When he would arrive at victims' houses, he would cut the phone lines and either just knock on their door or break into their homes. He would often like hold his victims up at gunpoint and just kind of, he would force them to obey. He would often lie to the victims, telling them that he was a quote-unquote wanted man who was on the run. Sometimes he would leave evidence at the scene, like semen, but at the time, it was unclear like what kind of sexual acts were involved in his killings. And, you know, there was no like DNA testing or anything like that yet. So the semen, like, they're like, there's semen. Too bad we can't do anything with it. And then in some of his later murders, he would transport the body from the scene of the crimes. The Oteros were a Latin family who had just moved into Dennis's neighborhood. And the family comprised of Jose Otero, who's 38, his wife, Julie, she was 33, and then they had 5 children, including Josephine, who was 11, and Joey, who was 9. Now, Dennis, he was watching them for a little bit before deciding, to, murder them. Okay, great. Before the murders even took place, Dennis stalked Julie and Josephine for weeks to learn their daily routines, what they were doing each day, where they were going, when they would come home, when no one was home, all of that. Yeah. So once he followed them for a while, figuring out what their routine was, he devised a plan to surprise Julie and Josephine at their home. On the morning of January 15th, 1973, at 8:20 in the morning, Dennis, he broke into the Otero, their home, but he was surprised because he saw that Mr. Otero and Joey were at the home, but the other 3 kids, they were at school. And normally they weren't going to be there. He had been following them. This was not their routine. So he was like, what the fuck are these people doing here? But it didn't matter. He went ahead with the crime anyway. Dennis started off by telling the 4 Oteros that he was a, quote, wanted man, and then led them into the bedroom at gunpoint, where he tied them all up with rope that he had prepared. Joseph and Joey were put on the floor, while Julie and Josie were on the bed. Dennis restrained the wrists and the feet of the parents. Joseph's head was covered with a plastic bag, which he bound with ropes. But Joseph, I guess, ended up chewing a hole through the bag. So he was kind of able to get out of the fucking bag. So he's able to chew a hole through it. And he's gasping for air. And unfortunately, Dennis realizes this. So he gets another bag and he puts it over his head, which caused Joseph to slowly suffocate to death. I know. Dennis tried strangling Julie. Okay, so he strangles her and then he thinks she's dead, but she's not dead. She wakes up and she's screaming, she's yelling, she's trying to get away. And then she starts begging with Dennis to please let her son Joey go, let him go. Dennis, not there. Just he's not there, okay? Because he just proceeds to strangle her to death with a rope in front of the freaking kids. Once both parents were dead, he used a plastic bag stuffed with 2 t-shirts to suffocate Joey. And it was said he just watched him die slowly, Next, Dennis led Josie into the basement where he hanged her with a noose from a pipe. I'm so sorry. I know. The police, they found evidence of semen near Josie's partially clothed body. The bodies were ultimately discovered by the 3 older kids who had been at school during the time of the murders. It's so sad. No. I was going to say, could you imagine? No. Couldn't imagine coming home. Well, only a few months after the Otero murders, on April 4th, 1974, Dennis broke into the home of 21-year-old Catherine Doreen Bright. So Dennis, had entered through the porch screen door, and then he was hiding in her bedroom, just waiting for her. So at 2 p.m., she had come home with her 19-year-old brother. His name was Kevin. They came home. Dennis was surprised, he was not expecting this brother to come, right? But he ends up surprising the 2. Dennis walks out. He has a gun in his hand and he's holding them at gunpoint. And then again, he's telling them that he's a wanted criminal and that he needed a car, food, and money because he was on his way to New York. Dennis then forced the guy Kevin to restrain his sister, Catherine, with a rope. And then he moved Catherine into the bedroom where he proceeded to tie her down. So while in the bedroom, Catherine was fighting back, obviously. She's fighting and Dennis was trying to strangle her, but then he gets really frustrated because Catherine was fighting back too much. She was pretty good. She was really fighting him, and I guess it made Dennis really upset because he could not seem to get her to stop. Dennis ended up stabbing her 3 times like in her back and her lower stomach, because she was putting up too much of a fight. I guess then Dennis and Kevin got into a fight because, Kevin was trying to fight back, trying to fight this guy off. And then, unfortunately, Dennis shot him in the head twice and then strangled him. And then, miraculously, Kevin got away by pretending to be dead. So he wasn't dead. He was just laying there, pretending to be dead. And then when the coast was clear, Kevin got up and fled the scene. I guess a few months later, between the Catherine Bright murder and his next murder, Dennis had wrote a letter detailing the Otero killing that he ended up stashing in an engineering book that he left at the Wichita Public Library. So Dennis wouldn't murder again, as far as we know, until 3 years later on March 17th, 1977. This is when he would kill 25-year-old Shirley Relford. So Dennis was actually pursuing a different potential victim at this time. And I guess that victim, luckily, she wasn't home that day. So then Dennis was like, I'll pivot. Could you imagine? Holy shit. Well, Dennis saw Shirley's 5-year-old son, Steve. He's walking home. And Dennis was like, I'll just follow this kid home. So follows the kid home. Dennis knocks on the front door, and little Steve answered. Dennis pretended to be a detective, and little Steve let him in. And when Dennis got inside, that's when he discovered that there were 2 other children who were also inside. Well, once Dennis was inside, he turns off the TV, and then he turns down the blinds. Shirley, she was in her bedroom. She comes out, and she sees Dennis. She, freaks her out. Dennis then pulls out his gun, holds her up at gunpoint, and then orders the children into the bathroom. He ties up all the kids in the bathroom and then locks them inside. He then gets Shirley, takes her into the back bedroom. It's unclear what Dennis did next and whether he sexually assaulted Shirley or not. Detectives later, they would find semen next to Shirley's body. So, it's safe to assume he probably did. But what we do know is that he tied her up or something. And then they smoked a cigarette together. Or he smoked a cigarette and must have gave it to her at some point. But there was a cigarette put out at the scene. And he had restrained her to the bed with rope, And then at some point she had thrown up because there was vomit at the scene. Which, understandable. Then he ended up strangling her with a rope and then putting a plastic bag over her head. Meanwhile, all of the kids were screaming in the bathroom. I guess Dennis, he had planned to kill the kids, but they had managed to escape before he could get to them. So police come to the scene and stuff, but there isn't much they can do. This is a time when there wasn't DNA and all that jazz. How they solved crimes, I don't freaking know. So wild. So months later, on December 18th, 1977, Dennis murdered 25-year-old Nancy Jo Fox. He entered her home when she wasn't home. Well, first, with all of his victims, he would usually follow them and learn their routines and stuff. So he would know when they weren't home. And then when they weren't home, he would go inside and cut the phone lines, which he did with Nancy. I guess he had been stalking Nancy for quite some time. And when she returned home from her job, she was working at the jewelry store. Dennis jumped out and surprised her at gunpoint in her kitchen. He told her that he had a sexual issue and he needed to tie her up and rape her. Hey, I have a sexual issue. I'm sure those weren't the exact words, but it was something along those lines. So Dennis had allowed Nancy to take off some of her clothes in the bathroom and then ordered her to get into the bedroom. And it was just different. He didn't really let anyone else do that, so something happened inside. Once they were in the bedroom, that's where he tied her up, and then he got undressed. Now, while they're in the bedroom together, he starts to strangle her with his belt, but then he starts confessing to her. He's I killed the Otero family. He's confessing things to her. He just, obviously he's sick, but I guess he was so excited he just needed to tell somebody. I don't know. Well, Nancy would end up dying, and when police came out to the scene and whatnot, Dennis's semen was found on Nancy Jo's nightgown, which was taken off at this point and was like found next to her. The next day on his way to work for ADT, the home security company, he was working for them, he ended up calling the police from a payphone and told them that they would find Nancy Fox's body at her home. A few months later, in 1978, Dennis, I guess he wrote a sarcastic poem called Shirley Locks, and he sent it to the Wichita Eagle newspaper, and it was like describing Shirley's murder. Yeah, I guess he was a poet. So he sends that, and then he sends another letter, and it's titled, "Oh Death to Nancy." I think it's mimicking the song "Oh Death" by Ralph Stanley, I think. But he was mocking, once again, Nancy's murder. So killer's on the loose, and he's mocking everybody. So it's just like, not great. It's not great. It's not ideal. This is not great. And then also, like, during this time, he's murdering, but he's also really busy. He's just, like, really busy. Because he's, like, working different jobs, Dennis is. And he also was receiving different degrees. For instance, in, like, 1979, he graduated from Wichita State University with a Bachelor of Science degree in Administration of Justice. I mean, he's doing a lot. Dennis worked at Coleman Company as an assembler, and he worked at ADT installing security systems for many of the people who feared getting murdered by a serial killer who was on the loose. The media had called this serial killer the BTK killer. A lot of people were scared, so they're calling up ADT to get the security systems installed. Gosh, and it's Dennis. It's literally Dennis. Dennis also served as a census field operations supervisor. Yeah, the census people. Oh, God. Also, he was a dog catcher, a compliance officer, a Cub Scout leader, and the eventual president of the local chapter of the Christ Lutheran Church in Wichita. Yeah. So he was just, like, very involved with the community, which gave him, like, all the leverage, too. So then 7 years go by, most likely because, like, Dennis was, like, raising his family, it's believed, but 7 years go by. And on April 27th, 1985, Dennis murdered his 53-year-old neighbor, Marin Hedge. Yeah, his neighbor. I guess the two of them, they had lived on the same block for over 30 years in Park City. And he's like, I'm a killer. So Dennis was at a Boy Scout meeting the night that, like, this took place. And he told the scout people, the Boy Scouts, like, I gotta leave early. I got a headache, and I gotta go home and I gotta get some medicine. He goes out, right? And he goes to a local bowling alley and he gets a beer. And while he's there, he's drinking beer and he, like, spills some of the beer on himself because he wants to appear drunk. Then he calls a cab, pretending to be drunk, and he takes it back to Park City. So Dennis sees, like, Marin's car in her driveway, so he's assuming that she's home. Look, hold on, I gotta go back to the drunk thing because I kind of got hung up on that for a minute. I was like, why is he trying to pretend that he's drunk? My assumption is, like, it's an alibi, right? Like, oh, he was at the bowling alley and he was drunk? That's why he took a cab? I don't know. I kind of don't get it. I'm missing something, obviously. I'm sure one of you will let me know. That's why I'm asking. Okay, so he does all that. Anyways, he sees Marin's cars in the driveway, so he's like, she's home. So he goes and he cuts the phone lines and, like, outside of her house, and then he walks through the back door and realizes that she wasn't there. So he decides to just wait for her, and he waits for her in her bedroom until early in the morning. Like, she ends up returning back to her home close to, like, 1 a.m., but she returns with a man. So Dennis is hiding in the bedroom closet all the way until 1 a.m. And he's waiting until this man leaves. And then she, like, goes to sleep. Once he thinks she's asleep, Dennis jumps on Marin and, like, chokes her to death. Once Marin is dead, Dennis then drags her body outside and then puts it in the trunk of her own car. He then drove her to the Christ Lutheran Church, where he was the council president. He then covered the windows in black plastic so no one could see, like, what he was doing. And then he takes her body and puts it in the church basement. So when he's in there, in the basement, all alone, He's now like taking photographs. Now he's a photographer. He's taking photographs of her body and like putting her body in different poses, taking pictures. And then when he was done, he puts her back into the trunk of the car and then dumps her body in a ditch along a dirt road near her home. This guy is beyond sick. Marin's body was found like a week later on May 5th. So Dennis's next victim was 28-year-old Vicki Lynn Wiglerly. She was 28, right? She was a mother of 2, and Dennis had been stalking her. He would walk by her house, and like, I guess she would be playing the piano, and he would just like listen to her playing the piano. He was just following her everywhere she went. Again, I was like, how did he have the time? He has his own family. He had a job. He was getting degrees. He was like doing all this shit, and he freaking found the time. Okay, he did. Because he put a lot of thought into this murder. He referred to this murder as the PJ Project. I don't know. But this one was like a passion project of his, I guess. Dennis would show up at Vicky's door at 10 a.m. on September 16th, 1986. And when he shows up, he tells her that he's the telephone repairman. I hate it. I hate it because it's like, fuck. I would let them in. I mean, I'm not gonna now. Nope, don't try it because I'm not gonna. But like, oh, you're the telephone repairman? Oh, great, you know. Oh. Anyways, so he tells her he's a telephone repairman. She lets him in. Once he's inside, I guess that's when he like cuts her phone line. So once he cuts her phone line, he then holds her up at gunpoint. And then, you know, he's able to get her, tie her up. She was able to, like, fight him off. But he's a big boy, big, gross guy. So he takes a rope and he chokes her with it. And he ends up choking her to death. So once she was dead, he took photographs. And then he, like, rearranged her clothes, rearranged her body, took photos, then took photos of like her nude body, just all in different positions. And then he ends up leaving in Vicky's car. So he leaves in Vicky's car, and while he's driving, Vicky's husband is like driving back to the house. So he spots Vicky's car and he's like, oh my God, is that my wife's car? And he couldn't make out who the driver was, but he's like, that's my wife's car. So Vicky's husband gets home. And that's where he finds his 2-year-old son was alone in the living room. And he's like, what the fuck? And he's like searching the house. And he ends up finding Vicky on the floor behind the bed in their bedroom. So he rushes his wife to the hospital, but sadly, a few hours later, she was pronounced dead. So while this was happening, Dennis was like getting rid of, you know, any evidence. And he parked the car a few blocks away from Vicky's home. Then he went to his house and he like changed his clothes, you know, got rid of any evidence on himself. So by 1991, Dennis decided that older women would be like better victims because to him, they were more vulnerable than the younger women. So he's like, I'm going to pivot now to more mature women. So on January 19th, Dennis kills 62-year-old Dee Davies. So this time Dennis like devised an intricate plan. He was on a weekend Boy Scout camping trip and came up with like an excuse to slip away. He then drove his car to his parents' house to change into his hit clothes. Then he left his car at the Baptist church in Park City and would then like carry out like the rest of his plan on foot. So he went to Dolores' house and waited outside until he could tell that she had fallen asleep. Then he used a cement block that he found. You know, he's like, oh, there's a cement block. And he ends up breaking the glass on her back door. Because of this loud commotion, Dolores wakes up. She comes out of her bedroom, and that's where she sees Dennis. He said that same old lie that he had been like saying for a while, that he, you know, he was like a wanted man. I don't know why he liked that so much. Well, I think because like then when police are searching for him, they'd be like, oh, he's a wanted man on the run, so he must not be from around here. You know, I think that's what it was all about. But anyways, he said he was a wanted man. He needed money, he needed food, and he needed a car. That's what he tells Dolores. And then he ties her up in her bedroom where he just like fucking fucked with her until like he strangled her to death. Dennis then took Dolores's body and put her into the trunk of her own car, and he hid her body along with some evidence at a lake near some trees. But he drove like Dolores's car back to her house and then wiped it down, trying to get rid of any fingerprints, you know? And then he went back to the church and got his own car. Then he returned to the body to put in his own car and then dispose of it again under a bridge in Sedgwick County. Well, then it's not over, because Dennis then like changes back into his scout uniform and then joins back up with the Boy Scouts group like nothing happened. He's like, hey guys, yeah, I just popped out for like 2 seconds. Isn't that wild? I'm back now. Hi. And then the next night, he once again went back to the body and like photographed it, just took pictures of it in different situations. Police then found Dolores's body like a few weeks later on February 1st. So there were like other potential victims that many believe Dennis were responsible for killing. The first was 16-year-old Cynthia Kinney. Cynthia was last seen on June 23rd, 1976. She was at the Osage. Sorry, I forgot to look up how to pronounce it. Osage, Oklahoma. And she was at the laundromat in this town. 3 things that connected Dennis to Cynthia's disappearance were: 1, Dennis was in the area for a Boy Scout trip at the time of her disappearance. 2, ADT alarms were also being installed across the street from the laundromat where Cynthia went missing. And again, Dennis was like a regional installer for the security company. And then 3, Dennis had, I guess, a particular fantasy about kidnapping a girl from a laundromat. So, yeah. Dennis would deny any involvement, but many people suspect it's because a murder in Oklahoma could result in the death penalty, whereas like there was no death penalty in Kansas, and like where his other murders had taken place. So many think like he didn't want to confess because he didn't want the death penalty because he's a little chicken shit and didn't want to get the death penalty. Meanwhile, all of his other victims got the death penalty like because of his dumb fuck. I hate this guy. He's a little chicken. He acts like he's so big and bad, but he's a little baby. He's a big old fucking baby. The second potential victim of Dennis was 22-year-old Shauna Beth Garber. Shauna was found murdered in McDonald County, Missouri on December 2nd, 1990. Her remains are actually not identified until 2021. She had been raped, strangled, and hogtied using 6 different types of cords. And Shauna had gone missing on November 3rd of 1990, and like it was unsolved for a really long time. It wasn't until 2023 that authorities actually named Dennis as the prime suspect because there was photographic evidence of the crime found in one of his journals. So I think it's pretty safe to assume that he did it. Yeah. So what now? Well, we jump 13 years later. It's 2004. So by 2004, like the investigation into this BTK killer had run cold. The local news was saying that the killer was most likely either dead or in prison because like nothing has happened in a long time. So when Dennis hears this, he wants attention. He initiates a series of 11 communications with the media and the police. So the first of these communications came in March of 2004 when the Wichita Eagle received a letter from a, quote, Bill Thomas Killman, BTK. This Bill Thomas Killman was claiming to have murdered Vicky on September 16th, 1986. So at the time, authorities weren't necessarily sure Vicky had been a victim of this BTK guy, but the letter included photographs of the crime scene and even a photocopy of Vicky's driver's license. So from there was actually DNA taken from Vicky's fingernails, like underneath her fingernails, and that gave police new evidence, which led them to DNA testing hundreds of men. But unfortunately, like, there was no match at the time. There was no one in their system with like any connection to this DNA they found. So then in May of 2004, Dennis sent another letter, this time to the television station Cake, or Kake, but it's in Wichita. And the letter included chapter headings of the BTK story with also fake IDs and a word puzzle. I know, what in the fuck is going on? How did he have the time? Well, then on June 9th, there was a package that was found taped to like a stop sign at the corner of First and Kansas Road in Wichita. And the package, it had graphic descriptions of the Otero murders, as well as a sketch labeled, "The sexual thrill is my bill." Dennis included a chapter list for a proposed book named The BTK Story, which like mimicked a story written in 1999 by Court TV crime writer David Lohr. The first chapter was titled "A Serial Killer is Born." He was just trying to like make fun of like everyone, pretty much. There you go. And then in July of that same year, there was a package that was dropped into a return slot at like the local public library. It contained like all kinds of bizarre material, including a claim that BTK had killed 19-year-old Jake Allen in Argonia, Kansas, when in fact this 19-year-old named Jake Allen, he had died by suicide, but in this thing, they were claiming that BTK did it, maybe as a distraction or something. I don't know. And then October of 2004, Dennis left a manila envelope in a UPS box in Wichita. And the envelope contained images of children being like tortured and bound. And then there was a poem that was threatening the lead investigator at the time. His name was Lieutenant Ken. And there was an autobiography of Dennis with like multiple fake and made up details. It was an autobiography of the BTK killer, but like none of it applied to Dennis. He was a storyteller, I guess. Then in December of 2004, Wichita police got another package from BTK. This one was found in Murdoch Park, and it contained the driver's license of Nancy Fox, as well as a doll that was bound at the hands and feet with a plastic bag that was like tied over its head. In January of 2005, Dennis tried leaving a cereal box in the bed of like a pickup truck that was parked at Home Depot in Wichita. But I guess like when the owner of the truck came out of Home Depot, he sees like the cereal box and he like grabs it and just like, the fuck is that doing in here? And like tosses it. So that didn't work out. But it was later retrieved from the trash after like Dennis had he'd asked about the cereal box in a follow-up message to police. He was like, "Did you get my cereal box? Question mark, question mark." They're like, "No, we didn't get your cereal box." What cereal box? But there was surveillance footage that showed a figure. They couldn't make out who, but it was a person driving a black Jeep Cherokee who was leaving the cereal box in the pickup truck. So this was great because now they had like a car, make and model, black Jeep Cherokee. Okay, they're like, fuck yeah, like that's something, okay? And then in February of that year, there were more postcards that were sent to that television station, Cake, and another cereal box with a bound doll inside was found in like a rural location. So at one point during Dennis's communications with police, he asked if he could put his writings on a floppy disk and if they could trace the floppy disk back to him. Now, mind you, when he's communicating with police, they don't know it's actually Dennis, you know? It's just like anonymous. But this anonymous writer was like, "Hey, if I put stuff on a floppy disk, will you be able to track it back to me?" Like genuinely asking this. And the police replied in a newspaper ad. It was like in the Wichita Eagle. And they're like, "No, we can't trace it back to you." So Dennis got the bright idea to send a purple 1.44 megabyte Memorex. How do you say it? Memorex? Whatever. He sends a floppy disk to KSAS TV in Wichita. And along with it, he sends a letter, a necklace that had like a large medallion, and a photocopy of the cover of Rules of Prey, which is a novel by John Sanford, and it's about a serial killer. So police, they get their hands on this floppy disk, and they're able to get the metadata on the floppy disk. And they realize it's from like a deleted Microsoft Word document. And on this document, it included the words Christ Lutheran Church. Also, the document was marked as last modified by Dennis. Ooh, you. So he must have been using the church computer, huh? Ugh, you stupid fuck. So great for investigators, because now they got something to work with, right? So they do some digging, and they discover that the president of the church council was a man named Dennis Rader. Ugh, this must have been such a win. They're like, finally. They get like Dennis's address, and they send out a guy to go do like a drive-by. And they see that like parked right outside of Dennis's house was a black Jeep Cherokee, just like the one they saw in the surveillance footage. Oh yeah, they got their guy. You know, these clues, you'd think they would just pull up and be like, we got our guy, case closed. They provided like strong circumstantial evidence, but they needed concrete, or they wanted more concrete evidence to arrest Dennis. What'd they do, Bailey? Well, hold on, let me tell you. So police obtained a warrant to DNA test a pap smear that Dennis's daughter, her name's Carrie, she had done a pap smear at like Kansas State Medical Clinic. So they get her DNA and they test it, and it reveals that there's a familial match to the DNA that was found under Vicky's fingernails, one of the victims. And this DNA match was enough to arrest Dennis Rader. Thank God she got a pap smear. I think I said this in one of my old videos, but it's so true. Like, if you ever get attacked and like, which I hope never happens to any of us, but if it does happen, scratch the shit out of these people. Get as much DNA under your freaking fingernails as you possibly can. Okay? I'm paranoid as hell, but I'm always thinking about that. Like, just scratch. Just fucking scratch. I hope it never happens, but you know. So on February 25th, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested while driving near his home in Park City. A police officer asked Dennis, like, if he knew why he was being arrested, and Dennis responded with, like, oh, I have a suspicion why. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? I hate him. He's gross. Various law enforcement agents, including Wichita Police, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, and ATF agents, they all searched his home, his vehicle, his church, his office at City Hall, and the main branch of the Park City Library. And there was a lot of evidence seized, but there were like, some of it was like black pantyhose, computer equipment, the trophies they found. And like the next morning, Police Chief Norman Williams declared, like, to the public that the bottom line was that BTK was arrested. Pfft. Little did they all know it was a guy that, like, everyone knew. Could you imagine? No, couldn't imagine. It's like, that guy? Fuck. On February 28th, 2005, Dennis Rader was charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder. And then a week later, news sources reported that Dennis had confessed to all 10 murders.
Did you know these people?
No, that was part of my, I guess what you call fantasy. These people were selected.
Now, when you use the term fantasy, is this something you were doing for your personal pleasure?
Sexual fantasy, sir.
His bail was set to $10 million. And there was like a public defender who was appointed to represent him. On May 3rd, Dennis was pleading not guilty. But then on June 27th, like the scheduled trial date, Dennis would end up changing his plea to guilty. And he would go on to like detail the murders, but he didn't apologize. Why would he, huh? Dennis's public defender had him evaluated by forensic psychologist Robert Mendoza to see if like an insanity defense was an option. Mendoza diagnosed Dennis with narcissistic, obsessive-compulsive, and antisocial personality disorders. He said that Dennis had a grandiose sense of self, believing that he was special and entitled to special treatment. Dennis had a pathological need for attention and admiration, a complete lack of empathy, and a preoccupation with maintaining rigid order. Dennis's evaluation by this Dr. Mendoza was filmed, and that footage was like used actually in an episode of Dateline about Dennis. You can watch it on YouTube. During his trial, he made various comments and revelations about his victims. He said that the Otero family and Shirley Relford would serve him as sex slaves in the afterlife. Yeah. Like, really, dude? Yeah, really. He also said that he would have killed Shirley's daughter, but the phone rang and scared him off. He was quoted as saying, "I probably would have hung the little girl." Okay, cool, thanks, Oh, he also went on to say, "I'm pretty mean, or could be, but on the other hand, I'm very, I'm a nice guy." What? Yeah. That's what he said, "I'm a nice guy." Okay, sure. Dennis went on to describe Nancy Jo Fox's murder as, quote, "perfect because she mostly cooperated and he had complete control over her." He also then revealed that he threw Dee Davies. Was it Dee Davies? He threw her body under a bridge, but returned to it later. And when he did, the body was like badly decomposed. So because of this, he placed a feminine mask over her face and then like photographed her body to use in like his scrapbook, essentially. He was like, the face was ugly, so I put a mask over it. It's like, oh my God. Yeah. Dennis Rader was sentenced on August 18th. And at the sentencing, the victims' families come up and they made statements pretty much saying like, F you, dude. F you. How could you? And like Dennis just like wasn't even bothered. And, then it was his turn, Dennis's time to like say something to address the court. And Dennis apologized kind of in like a rambling 30-minute speech, which like it's actually been described as an example of a phenomenon seen in psychopaths where they have an inability to understand the emotional content of language. Dennis Rader was sentenced to 10 life sentences with a minimum of 175 years. Now, at this time, there was no death penalty in Kansas, but since they've actually reinstated it. Put him down, I say. Put him down. They reinstated it after, like, they caught the worst guy ever. So that's cool. Dennis is still alive, Yeah, to this day, he's like in solitary confinement for his own protection. He gets 1 hour of exercise a day, and he gets to shower at least 3 times a week. His cell is pretty small, and he refers to his cell as his cave. And he has like no contact with other inmates because like they most likely would kill him if they had access to him. Would we be mad? Is that fucked up? No, come on. No, he's fucked up. We wouldn't be mad. We wouldn't mind. I'm sorry, that's mean. But is that not really? So forensic psychologist Dr. Catherine Ramsland, she actually was talking with Dennis for over 6 years while he was in prison. And together they created what she called a, quote, guided autobiography. It's titled Confession of a Serial Killer, The Untold Story of Dennis Rader, the BTK Killer. And in their communication, they developed like a codex is what he liked to call it, which allowed him to like write freely about his victims. And sure, okay, and like it was said like when this doctor was like corresponding with Dennis, she said it was like really challenging because like at one point, Dr. Ramsland had asked Dennis to describe one of his torture fantasies, and in return, like he didn't. Instead, he sent her a 14-page letter along with like newspaper clippings, photographs, and recipes, as well as like a key to help decipher clues. So he was like playing games with her. It was like, girl, what did you expect? That he was just going to be like open and like tell you everything, Like, of course he's going to play games. He's bored as fuck. He's locked up all day and someone's interested in him. Someone's stroking his ego a little bit. Of course he's going to be a dick. But anyways, Dr. Ramsland, she concluded that this was his way of, like, retaining control. She said she managed to, like, learn a great deal about his inner life. Like, he apparently fixated on anything bound or knotted. And he loved abandoned silos, referring to them as castles. And he loved the number 3. And his favorite color is purple. I'm kidding, I don't know that. But like his favorite number is 3. Wow, you've learned so much. She also said that he created an image of himself as a hunter or like a predator. He even referred to the killer inside of himself as the Minotaur. So he said at times the Minotaur would go, quote, dark. He would say that all of his violent crimes and his sexual tendencies were all because of this Minotaur. And he claimed that he started out as like he referred to himself as like white hat, but then periodically would be dragged to the dark side. Such a fucking eye roll. Okay, sure. Apparently, like as a child, the sight of chickens about to be slaughtered aroused him, he went on to say. He told the doctor that like he fantasized about tying women down onto train tracks and like would masturbate to his father's book about the Lonely Hearts Killer. And Dr. Ramsland explained, like, a lot of Rader's writing was often boring and, like, run-of-the-mill, but then all of a sudden it would, like, slip into some really dark shit, which is like, sure, I could see that, right? Sure. As Dr. Ramsland put it, quote, and all of a sudden you feel like you're suddenly in Minotaur territory. It's almost like you're paddling at the surface of the water, and suddenly something pulls you down, end quote. Yeah, I could see that, sure. Okay. She also learned that he kept keepsakes from all of his victims, and he would hide them all around like Wichita in what he called hidey holes. Apparently, at every victim's home, he would like go through all their stuff. He would take jewelry, lingerie, IDs, and other items that he would keep for memories. Or like, you know, people refer to them as trophies. It was said that Dennis was motivated to work with Dr. Ramsland because he wanted to uncover what made him go dark. But Dr. Ramsland concluded it really wasn't anything that unique. Like, he came off very desperate. Like, he desperately wanted to be seen as someone who was very complex, special, and mysterious. But, you know, like, he wasn't. He wasn't. She attributes his psychology to what she calls the trajectory toward violence, which is a combination of sexual impulses, desire for fame, delusions of a double life, intersecting with the opportunity to commit murders. Damn. And that, my friends, is today's case about Dennis Rader, the BTK killer. There's so much to this guy, and honestly, he terrifies me, which I hate giving him, or any murderer, any type of credit or power over my psyche. But this type of guy, like, freaks the shit out of me because, like, no rhyme or reason, he would just spot you and be like, you're next, and that is scary. I don't like that. I don't like this guy. He was sick, and he was living this full-on double life. Like, he had a family and everything, and they swear they didn't know anything. And if you watch interviews and stuff, I believe it. Like, he seemed like this great, loving dad who, like, liked his kids and shit. And he was doing some horrible stuff. I just, like, could not fucking imagine. Could you imagine? No. Just one day you wake up and, like, everyone's telling you that your husband is, like, this absolute psychopath. What? Oh, I feel so bad for the family. What a mindfuck that would be, right? And then this Dennis guy is just a loser. He's just a loser who wanted attention and was sick and is just a fucking loser. Scum on the bottom of our shoes. It sucks. Wish they killed him, which is like, oops, sorry, I shouldn't say that, but like, you know, they should have. So how do we end it, friends? I don't know. This is one of those stories that reminds me to be like aware of your surroundings, lock your doors, be careful, snoop in your husband's shit if you have to. He's alone in the basement or something. What are you doing? Go down there, go through all the shit. Just make sure, okay? It's just like, damn, you can't trust anyone, huh? That's lame. So, yeah, that's that, huh? Sheesh. Anyhow, let me know your thoughts down below. Do you have any? I know I kind of left out, I'm sorry, I did leave out a lot about, like, the family, the personal life and stuff. Sometimes I just don't know if I included it or not. I don't know. It's about the guy. I don't know. Anyways, let me know what you think down below, your comments and whatnot, and who you want me to talk about next time, because I am always reading the comments. I see you. I appreciate you for watching and hanging out with me. To end it positively, I like this makeup look. It came out cute, huh? I know, I feel so cute. Look at Yeah? Great. Well, I hope you have a good day today. You make good choices. Please be safe out there. Yeah, I appreciate you guys so much, and I hope to see you next time. Okay? Okay. Bye.